Okay, I should be live. Yep, hey everybody. So I was figuring out, I figured out how to get the RTSS to show the stuff like the core usage, the core clocks, the CPU package power, and the temperature, all that stuff, because the unfortunately MSI Afterburner hasn't been updated since I think like March of this year or April or May, so it doesn't actually have official support for any of the CPUs that launched in the second half of the year. So that includes all of the Zen 5 CPUs as well as the Intel Core Ultra series. Although interestingly, with the Intel Core Ultra, Afterburner is still able to show the integrated graphics stuff, but like the temperature at least, but it doesn't really show a whole lot more. So I'm having to use hardware info to show some of the stats, so things like the CPU usage and the core clocks and the package power, all that stuff. So we can see things like the power consumption. For example, we are using right now like 50 watts of power to play the game Final Fantasy XIV, as well as everything else that the computer is doing, like the live stream. Steam is running in the background, which is completely unrelated to this game. Discord's running, Afterburner's running, hardware info's running. I got all this stuff running. There's the camera, the other camera, the floor camera. So there's like a whole bunch of stuff that's going on, and it's only pulling like 50 watts. So that is pretty good. It's pretty much as efficient as the 7800X3D. It uses a little bit more power, but you're getting much better performance. So that kind of makes up for the difference there. Oh, the Gamers Nexus overclocking. They were doing extreme overclocking on the 9800X3D. Yeah, I think I remember. I looked at them briefly like an hour ago or something. They were doing Cinebench R23 runs or something. Hey, Super Googly, will you lose any performance on air cooling? No, you won't lose any performance on air cooling. The only difference that liquid cooling makes is when you're using 100% CPU load. So for example, if you're doing Cinebench runs and that kind of thing. If you're just playing games, there's no difference between air cooling and liquid cooling. It makes absolutely no difference. Especially for a CPU like this that like pulls no wattage. The thing is pulling 50 watts. Doesn't matter if it's air or liquid. Neither one's going to make any difference. It's going to be the same. You'll see some difference, yes. But only in the CPU-bound games and in the CPU-bound scenarios. We're only going to be looking at CPU-bound games for this live stream. So we're starting off with Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail, because this game is very CPU heavy because it is an MMO. All MMOs are CPU bound. So we're gonna get into like a multiplayer session here. We're gonna do some raiding real quick just to kind of test how it plays. But the 9800X3D is not much better for 4K than a 7800. Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question. The question was 12900K. The comparison between a 12900K and a 9800X3D. I don't see how the 7800X3D has anything to do with what was being asked. I mean, I guess as an alternative, if it's impossible to get the 9800X3D, then yeah, I guess it makes sense to consider the 7800X3D. But otherwise, I wouldn't. No, I would get the 9800X3D. If I was coming from an old PC to a new PC, no, definitely I would go 9800X3D. Especially considering it has full overclocking capability. You're currently on. Hey Adam, you're currently on 5950X with 4090, 9800X3D. I'm surprised how many people in the chat have 4090s. With these older CPUs. 9800X3D is next. You mean for me? You mean what? Just needs some time to build it out. 9950X3D for the ultimate chip. 9950X3D is probably going to be surprising, guys. I think that CPU. So here's the thing. I don't think anybody expected the 9800X3D to be as good as it actually is. So it's almost like AMD has another trick up their sleeves, potentially, with the 9950X3D. So if you're willing to wait until Q1 of next year, it might be worth the wait. But primarily if you're somebody who wants the multi-thread performance that the dual CCD will offer. Otherwise, if it's going to be just for gaming, I don't think that the 9950X3D will be that much different from the 9800X3D. Gaming with Ant-Man, you have a 4060 and a 5700G. That sounds like a pre-built. I don't know, man. Maybe you built that, maybe you didn't. I'm not gonna judge, but that just looks like, that just sounds like a pre-built PC. Although 5700G, isn't that like a laptop part converted to desktop? 4070 Ti and the 7800X3D, but you regret the 70. Oh wait, you regret the 4070 Ti Super? What do you mean you regret the 4070 Ti Super when you have the 4070 Ti? I'm confused. that comment, I don't know if that was meant to be written that way or if I read it wrong or what. The 9950X3D will not be faster for gaming. It will just give you better multi-thread. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Yeah. For how much should I sell my 7950X3D? You're just gonna have to look at what it's going for in the used market. There's still a lot of those readily available in the chain, so it's like very easy to get one of those brand new. So I don't know, probably if I had to guess, like $350 to $400 maybe. CPUs by themselves, just the chip with no motherboard, with no RAM, they don't retain their resale value as well as like a graphics card or something that is like a fully complete thing, you know what I mean? Oh, you regret buying the 4070 Ti Super? Yeah, anyone who is looking at getting a graphics card right now is actually not a good time to buy a graphics card. In a few weeks, the holiday season will begin, so there might be better deals for certain graphics cards, but right now is not the best time to be considering a graphics card, mainly because we are at the end of the cycle for the current generation. So, to put things into perspective, it would be like somebody buying a PlayStation 4 Pro like a month or two before the PS5 shows up. You know what I mean? That's what that's like. So it's like, it's not a good idea to invest in a graphics card right now when the newer ones are on the horizon. Or it would be like buying the previous generation iPhone like right before the new iPhone comes out. It's the same kind of thing. You know, nobody wants to be in that position. That's not a good position to be in. I mean, it's not terrible, but sometimes people don't have any choice, like if their graphics card like dies on them, for example, and it's out of warranty. The 12900K with a 4090 gaming at 4K runs at 100 to 120 watts. Okay, so that's like double the power consumption of what this one's doing. Right now is the time to buy other stuff. Yeah, now is the time. Yeah, exactly. So right now is the time to upgrade the platform. The platform means the motherboard, the CPU, possibly other things like the case, the power supply, and potentially the RAM. If you're on DDR4 and you're considering going to a newer platform, you would have to buy DDR5. So that would be, yeah. So now is the time, like if someone is smart and they're going to do an upgrade, now is not the time to be upgrading the graphics card. Now is the time to upgrade the platform. This is where the CPU bottleneck can be resolved. So meaning even if you keep the exact same graphics card, by upgrading the platform, you raise all the averages, all the minimums, all the 1% lows, all that stuff goes up even with the exact same graphics card. What won't change is the graphics card's overall performance in GPU-bound scenarios or GPU-bound games. The best example I can give you, Wukong, Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong is 100% GPU-bound all the time, pretty much all the time. So it doesn't matter what CPU you're using, you can be on a 9800 X3D, you can be on a 7800 X3D, you can be on a 5800 X3D. They're all going to be exactly the same because you're GPU bound, especially at 4K. And when it comes to 4K, the differences in CPU are going to be less significant and less noticeable unless your CPU is significantly older than the current generation. So what do I mean by that? 5 years or older, you will benefit from upgrading the CPU even if you play at 4K resolution. Four months ago, i7 11700F and 3060, then upgraded to the... Well, it depends on what monitor you're using. 3060 is only good for 1080p. 3060 is not good enough for anything above 1080p anymore. It's going to run out of VRAM at the higher resolutions. It doesn't have enough rasterization power to keep up with the newer games. So yeah, 3060 is weak. 3060 is straight up weak. That graphics card is almost 4 years old. Just to put things into perspective of how old the 3060 is. If you're going 5090, try to find a model that has two 16-pin. Have they said that that is like an official thing that they're going to do? Like, did they say they're going to do dual 12-volt high power? Hey, Mark, you have a new system. I am though stuck with the 4060 from the old system. Yeah, but don't worry about it because, like, well, what monitor? Well, if you're at 1440p, then yeah, 4060 is pretty weak for 1440p, but for 1080p, it's fine. For now, it's fine. Yeah. So just to kind of show people the system that we're working with here. So this is the build that I did last, well, the last live stream where I was building a computer. As you guys can see, this is the NZXT H7. Now, since the live stream, I have swapped the front stock fans for triple 140mm Montech ARGB fans. You can see that they are set to white color right now. But this is a very nice, clean, understated look. I think these Montech fans look really good with this NZXT H7 flow. But see, speaking of the platform, upgrading the rest of your system is what you need to focus on. Don't worry too much about the graphics card right now, because we're gonna start seeing leaks, more and more leaks, and then we're gonna start seeing official announcements, and all that stuff will just come in and flow in throughout the first quarter of next year. So now is not the time to focus on the graphics card. Now is the time to focus on the rest of the system. So if you have a really old case, so the reason why I got this NZXT H7 flow primarily was because the old case did not only did it not have USB-C on the front panel, it didn't even have USB 3.0. My old case that I upgraded from was a 2009 NZXT Hades. So let me show you guys what the old case was, so you have an idea of what I upgraded from. Let me find that case. Does Tech Power Up have a NZXT Hades? Yeah, they do actually have a review. Okay. So, NZXT. Oh, I'm gonna have to... Well, we're gonna have to shrink this back down. So this is the case that I was using before the most recent live stream build. This was a case that I got it in 2010, but I think it was new in like 2009. Just to give you guys an idea of how old the case that I was using was. You can tell it was in an era where hard drives were still heavily utilized. 5.25-inch optical drives were still heavily utilized. You would put in hard drives really strangely. The front was a giant mask, like a Darth Vader mask, that you could pull off, and then there was a big giant, I think this is a 200mm fan or a 180mm fan, front intake fan. The fan is good. I mean, it still works to this day. It's super old. You can see, like, this is the case that I was used to building my PC in. So it's kind of like, okay, ketchup and mustard colored cables for the fans and things like that. So very outdated. It had a side fan, which I never used because it's too narrow. Like, obviously you can see air coolers can't fit with the side fan right there. So there was a lot of limiting factors with this old NZXT Hades. Yeah, that's what it looks like. There we go. The mask. This is the case that I was using previously until I did that build on Friday, where we upgraded the PC to an NZXT H7. So this gives people an idea of what's interesting is this thing actually had like temperature sensors, one for the hard drive, one for the motherboard, one for the CPU, and you could either show it in Celsius or Fahrenheit. So it's pretty fancy for a case from back in the day. Like, it looks kind of understated. It doesn't look super gamery, but it does look kind of gamery with the angles and stuff. You know, like, that's how it looked. I lost the dust filter. I don't even know what happened to it. I don't even know where the large side fan is anymore. But, yeah, that's it. I mean, that's pretty much it. Let me see. Let's take a closer look outside. Yeah, this is what I was using. 120mm exhaust. You can tell it's a mid-tower because you can count the slots here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If it has 7, that means it's a mid-tower. If it has 8, that means it is either a very large mid-tower or it is a full tower. That is the easiest way to tell. So if you're in a micro center and you're looking at cases and you want to know, is it a mid-tower? Count the number of slots. If it has 7 slots, it's a mid-tower. If it has 8, depending on how tall it is, it could either be a mid-tower or a full tower. Now, an example of one of those cases that is technically a mid-tower in terms of height, but also technically, by definition, a full tower in terms of the number of slots, the LANCool 3. The Lian Li LANCool 3 is technically still a mid-tower because it's not super tall, but it actually has all 8 slots on the back, which means you could basically build a Threadripper system with that LANCool 3 mid-tower. So stuff like that is kind of like industry trade secrets that system integrators know and not the general public and not the gamers would really know that stuff. So, yeah, but that's how you would tell. Anyway, that's the old case. So that's what I was using. This is obviously, oh, this is what I wanted to show. So this case was so old that it still had separate headphone and microphone front panel. And it had dual USB 2.0, not 3.0, 2.0, and an eSATA. This case has an eSATA, which I never ever used. But yeah. That is what I had before, and then we went to, I think they have it, NZXT H7 Flow 2024. Yeah, this one. This is what I upgraded to. So this is the difference between the old case and the new case, just to kind of show. The new NZXT, it has that monolithic design language, really wide feet. So it's very sturdy. You can see it has those triple 120mm fans, which I have replaced for those 140mm Montech fans. But yeah, definitely modern, no optical drive, no Blu-ray drive, still a mid-tower by definition because it has the 7 slots. Power supply goes in vertically. for more better cooling for the power supply. Just overall, a more modern design, USB-C, the combined 3.5 inch, and then the USB 3 ports instead of USB 2 ports, and then it has the power button. But the reason why it looks super modern is it has a no reset button, which I actually don't like. I don't like that a lot of these new cases are removing the reset button. But yeah, this is what the new build is utilizing. Actually, did they show like a... Let's see. Okay, they put it like that. It also supports an eATX motherboard, which is what I needed. I needed to be able to put an eATX in there. And then it's got, like, you know, dual 3.5 inch. You can put two 3.5 inch drives there. Power supply goes in like that. It can fit a 360 AIO, which is what we're using, or a 420 AIO in the front for an intake. So, but overall, that's kind of it. That's the new build versus the old one. So now, let me go back here. What do I want to do here? Oh, okay. So going back over here, you guys can see I did make a couple of changes. So I put the Montech fans on. If we open this up here, if I remove the side panel momentarily. So I did change. So originally when I built this, if you guys were in the live stream, you would have seen that we used a Red Devil, the power color Red Devil. Now, I actually didn't think that the Red Devil matched with this case. I didn't really like the final look of it. So I actually swapped the Red Devil for the NVIDIA RTX 4080 Super Founders Edition. This blacked out Founders Edition looks really good with the overall aesthetic of the NZXT H7. It also has this almost like curved geometric look that matches with the Deepcool LT720. So that's overall, that's kind of the look. And then we've got the RAM, the G-Skill Trident Z5 DDR5 8000 running at 8000, and then we have the Gigabyte X670E Aorus Master. This is different from the motherboard that we featured. So basically, the build was done using the X870E Tai Chi and the Power Color Red Devil 7900 XTX. So I have now, since then, I have swapped the front fans for Montech. I swapped the ASRock for an older X670E Gigabyte that I've had for over 2 years now, which I'm probably going to have to RMA because there's something wrong with it. But we're not going to get into that on this stream. And then there is a RTX 4080 Super instead of that. And then we got those triple Corsair fans at the bottom. So that is the current build. And you got that 360 AIO up top with the triple fans from Deepcool. So that is the gaming PC. Yeah, man, the Founders Edition cards are the best looking ones. Look at it from the angle. From any angle, it looks so good. Those Founders Edition cards. These are the only NVIDIA cards that I would ever get. I wouldn't get any other NVIDIA card. I mean, it's just personal preference, but for me, it's either Founders Edition or I'm going AMD. It's that simple. For me, the logic, probably to a lot of people, sounds very irrational. But you know what? I don't care. I'm going to do my thing. It's either NVIDIA Founders Edition or any of the AMD cards. Sorry, Zotac. Sorry, MSI. But I got to do what I got to do. Support NVIDIA, but don't support the AIBs. That sounds so wrong. Okay. How about the sponsors? This video's not sponsored, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, you guys, the viewers, are technically kind of the sponsors at this point. No, I would not get EVGA. No, I would only get NVIDIA. EVGA and all the others are... Nope. None. None of them. Sorry. I mean, if you've seen my GPU collection video, you'll see that my collection consists of a whole bunch of AMD cards and just NVIDIA Founders Edition cards. And that's basically it. That's my whole collection. It's just NVIDIA Founders Editions and a whole bunch of different AMD cards. So if it wasn't for Best Buy, I probably would never buy NVIDIA cards. Okay, this is 4K maxed out, just to show people. We are running the game. There it is, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 Super. Main display refresh. This is an LG Ultra Gear 32-inch, 240Hz 4K panel. This is an OLED panel. So this is my best monitor. Graphics settings is set to maximum. Everything's maxed out. High, like 4K UI resolution. So let's get into a session here. Let me see, which ones do I need to do? Oh, we have to do the annoying one. It's either one of these two annoying ones. Whichever one comes up first, I guess. Actually, let's try to warp back to solution. Oh, man. It pops like right as I try to warp. It interrupts my instant transmission. Yeah, this card does struggle at 4K. A lot. The XTX actually seems to do a lot better at 4K than this card.
I'll blow you to smithereens.
Dota Daily Dose. Just sub to the channel. That's an interesting name. Thanks for the sub. There's gonna be no Dota 2 on this stream though, unfortunately. Wait, this guy's the OT. Get over here. Stand next to me. Stand and deliver. Memory bandwidth is the bottleneck for 4K on the 40. Yeah, the 4080 struggles with 4K. That's why we're only going to test CPU-bound games. We're not going to test any GPU-bound games. Well, maybe a few. Maybe like Final Fantasy 16 or something. Final Fantasy 16 is mostly GPU limited, though. Just like Forspoken. This is the same engine as the Forspoken. Alright, am I the main tank? I can't see the UI because Afterburner is, or Rivatuner is blocking my view. I can't even see what's going on. This is fantastic. The raid party's gonna love me when I screw up because I don't even know what's going on. I can't target any of the people. Like the Afterburner is just straight up in the way. You're currently playing Final Fantasy 16. We might be able to look at that on here. Although I'll say the 4080 does not do good at 4K in that game. The XTX does a lot better, and obviously the 4090 handles that game. Let's see, this is a CPU-bound game. Because this is an MMO. I could be playing Black Desert, I could be playing Terra, I could be playing World of Warcraft. All of them are CPU-bound games. All of the games that I just named will benefit from the 9800 X3D. Another very good example is a game called Star Citizen. Star Citizen loves X3D. X3D has been the best way to play Star Citizen since the 5800 X3D debuted back in 2022. So anyone who's playing Star Citizen and you don't already have an X3D, just know that you're missing out. I can't even see the aggro meter. I don't even know if I have aggro right now. The millisecond thing is like blocking my view.
My
Okay, well, he's attacking me. This Akuma-looking guy from Street Fighter is attacking me, so I guess I'm the main tank. And we are also running this RAM overclocked to the max. This RAM is running at DDR5 8000. Because why not? We're going for maximum efficiency and maximum performance. That's what X3D is all about. If someone's going to overclock their non-X3D processor's RAM to like 7200, 7600, well, I'm going to take the 9800 X3D and I'm going to run the RAM at 8000 just because. We'll look at the Zen timings after this fight, just to show people what an 8000 profile looks like. Although the memory that I'm using is in the description of this video, for those that are curious about knowing the exact RAM kit. This live stream is being handled by the 9800 X3D using H.265 hardware-based media engine, also known as HEVC, which means the CPU itself is handling the visual quality of the live stream using the media engine, not the CPU cores. This is different from CPU encoding. So the quality of this stream is showcasing the quality that you would get if you stream using the HEVC encoder on the 9800 X3D. So this is what stream quality looks like with this CPU handling the stream. Man, there's a lot of explosions going on. I need to protect my healer. I don't want him dying. Don't die. Someone has a concussion. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. He's gonna do... I can't let this guy die. Because we lost one of the healers. We're down a healer. Oh man, come over. Come to me, come to me. Boom! Oh man, he just did the Akuma special. He just did the ult. He's gonna do that thing again. The bombs. Bombs, everyone gets positions. I don't think I need to stand here. Oh boy. Oh no, I'm in the fire, I'm in the fire! I knew that would happen because we were down a healer. Can that guy... Ooh, this is not good. I gotta get him quick. We might have to redo this fight, actually. There's a lot of people that died. Yeah. Oh, we lost. We lost.
Got a 9,800 by 3D. Currently have 4,090. 7,950 by 3D endgame at 4K. Should I swap? Any games with DLSS quality. 1440p render. Lose multitasking performance.
So you're gaming at 4K and you already have an X3D chip. Personally, if I was in your situation, I would probably wait for the 9950 X3D. Since you already have... You're gaming at 4K, first of all, which means the GPU is typically going to be the bottleneck most of the time. Unless you play a lot of CPU-bound games. Like, Frostpunk, you know, City Skylines, MMO games like this. Unless you play those type of games, you're probably better off waiting for the 9950 X3D, because you're already, as somebody who has the dual CCD chip, you're already accustomed to the higher thread count, which does benefit you in a lot of ways that a lot of people often overlook. One example is shader compiling. Shader compiling is much faster on the 7950X3D than the 9800X3D because it has so many more cores and threads. So that is one example that where the 7950X3D, even though it's not as fast as the 9800X3D in gaming, it is better in multi-thread, which means it'll be quicker to compile games at the start of the game. So that CPU is still very good for gaming, by the way, especially for 4K. So that's why it's gonna be a tough choice. Like for me, I'd probably wait. But the 9800X3D is faster, though. In gaming, it is still faster than the older chip. Not really. Windows doesn't actually, no, it doesn't really scale that much with higher cores. I mean, I'm somebody who has tested like all these CPUs. There isn't really a difference. As long as you're on a modern CPU, they're all gonna feel pretty much the same. Any sort of perceived difference due to core count is actually a placebo effect. Otherwise, there would be data proving that it's snappier with more cores. Angelic Requiem X just subscribed to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Man, this, because we have to redo this fight, now this is gonna like double up the amount of playtime. I need to face him away from everybody. What are the predictions for the 9950? I don't think anybody really knows. Some people say that it's going to be single CCD again that has the 3D V-cache. Other people say that it's going to be on both of them. I don't think anyone actually really knows definitively, besides AMD themselves. Especially because, see, the thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if they go either way. Meaning, if they put the cache on both CCDs, I don't see that as being a problem because they're not like temperature limited the way they were with the 7000 series. So they could easily just put both, like they could put 3D cache on both of them if they wanted. The question is, will there actually be a benefit to doing that? Because the one that doesn't have the cache can ultimately still clock higher, like 5.7 gigahertz. So it's like, do they want to give up that 5.7 gigahertz boost on one of the CCDs because they're going to put dual 3D on both of them? Or are they just going to maintain the same situation that they had with the 7000, the 7950 X3D, and just keep it on one of them, so they can clock the second one higher and get better frequency speed, which means they can get even better multi-thread performance. Oh boy. Man, somebody died. The Viper died. AMD always saved the best for last.
I got a 13,900 kilo Siemens. I don't trust Intel degradation issue but currently have no probs with it yet. Still wary something could happen. Should I upgrade?
Are you on the latest BIOS? So my question on that is, are you on the latest BIOS? Because if you're on the latest BIOS, you don't have to worry about the CPU dying. If you're not on the latest BIOS, you do have to worry about the CPU dying. The problem won't manifest initially. It's something that happens over time. So, and I've explained that. I explained that in last weekend's Monster Hunter Wilds live stream when I was streaming on the 13900K. The other question that I would have, so 2 questions on that. One is, are you on the latest BIOS? And 2, the second question is, are you using liquid cooling or are you using air cooling? And if you're using liquid cooling, is it a 360 AIO or better? Because if it's only like a 240 or a 280, 280 AIO is no different from a Noctua D15. They perform the same when it comes to that CPU. So the only sort of liquid coolers that overtake the air coolers are the 360 and the 420s. Anything smaller than that is equal to a Noctua air cooler. On the latest BIOS using direct die block, so yeah. Okay, yeah, because the thing, here's the thing. The people who are safe are the following individuals. Number 1, the people on the latest BIOS. Number 2, the people on air coolers. The people on air coolers are safe, even if they don't update the BIOS. Why are you doing that, dude? Come over here. Why did he go all the way over there? Is he trying to take that for himself? I don't understand. Like, he ran off. This is like Vegeta refusing to fuse with Goku. The air coolers protect the CPU from degrading. Therefore, anyone on an air cooler does not have to worry about the CPU dying. It is far less likely to die if they're on an air cooler. If they're on a liquid cooler, a high end, the better the cooling, the more likely their CPU will die. That sounds very weird and confusing to people at first glance, but that is the truth. And I've explained why that is in the live stream last week. So the better your cooling, the more quickly you will kill the CPU if you do not update the BIOS. The worse your cooling, the more likely your CPU will survive and live out a very long life. Yeah, I knew a bunch of people were gonna get confused. I knew a lot of people missed the live stream last week. Alright, somebody subscribed to the channel. I didn't see that. I'll have to go back and check. But I'll explain that after this fight. I can't believe we had to redo this. Akuma's at like 12%. We need to hurry this up. Alright, I'm going all out. Ultimate Gohan. Here we go. Slash him up with the Sword of Trunks and Deborah. This is Gohan using Deborah's sword. The demonic blade. Stand together. No, like seriously, my character's name is actually Son Gohan in this game. Yes, Gohan plays Final Fantasy XIV. Gohan's the main tank. Back when I used to... Oh, this could end very badly. Okay, never mind. Back when I used to raid, like, hardcore in this game, people love teaming up with Gohan, because my name's Gohan in here, and they're like, man, it's Gohan. And the thing is, Gohan, in Final Fantasy XIV, Gohan plays a monk. His DPS role is a monk, for obvious reasons. And then his healing role is a scholar. And his tank role was warrior, but now it's gunbreaker because it's more anime. Yeah, I play scholar, gunbreaker, monk, and I think I also leveled up samurai back in the day, but it's definitely not max level anymore. I haven't played samurai in a long time. I'm just gonna need on everything. I don't need anything in particular. This game is about to receive a massive content patch on Tuesday. Sin Ritter Soul just subscribed to the channel. Thanks for the sub. Would you recommend upgrading to the new Crosshair Dark Hero? The new Crosshair Dark Hero? What's the new Crosshair Dark Hero? You mean the Crosshair Hero? You mean the X870E Hero? It's not Dark Hero, it's just Hero. If you're on, so B650E-F, really, it's gonna come down to whether or not you, it's really gonna come down to whether or not you actually are going to use the features that the higher end motherboard offers. If you're never going to use those features, there isn't really much of a reason to upgrade the motherboard. The X870E motherboards are dual chipset. They have the most features. They all have Wi-Fi 7. They all have USB 4, which is 40 gigabit USB. They all have potentially better memory trace layouts for the wiring, so which means they're technically better at overclocking RAM. So there's stuff like that. Yeah, 7.1 is Tuesday, guys. So if you're playing Final Fantasy 14, we're getting the first 24-man raid. We're getting, I think, an ultimate fight. I think it's, what's her name? Shiva and Gaia, or the two girls from Shadowbringers. And then there's some other stuff in there too, like there's like a new dungeon, new story quest. All that stuff is coming out on Tuesday. Okay, so the explanation on the cooling for the 13900K and the 14900K, basically all the Intel CPUs, so, or at least the Raptor Lake CPUs. The reason why the majority of people who ran into the problem with the CPU dying on them is because they were running very good liquid cooling, or they were just keeping their CPU cooler a lot better than most, and because of that, they were damaging their CPU more quickly. Because, and I explained this in the 13900K Monster Hunter Wilds live stream last week, when the CPU is wanting to boost, it has to request from the thermal sensor, or whatever the system management or the system agent, whatever is managing the temperature and the power limit. It's like, hey, can I boost? And then the system agent will be like, let's see here. Okay, we got power headroom and we got thermal headroom. So yeah, you can boost. Go ahead and boost. So then it'll boost. And when it boosts, it shoots voltage up. It'll inject itself with voltage. It'll jolt itself up to get those cores to go at that full boost speed. That 5.7, that 5.8 boost. When it does that, you'll hit high V core in those short durations when that's happening. The system agent, well, so they boost, and the system's like, okay, you can't boost anymore. You hit max power, or you hit too much temperature. So okay, then it levels off. Then it'll request again, can I boost? And then the system agent's like, okay, we got power, we do not have thermal, you cannot boost right now. So it skips that cycle, so it doesn't boost. Then the next cycle, can I boost? Okay, we got power, and we got thermal, yeah, you can boost, go for it. So then it boosts, then it'll jolt the voltage, it'll jolt the voltage. Every time that's happening, it will jolt the voltage up. Now, here's what happens. When you have an air cooler, like the Noctua D15, or any medium, like low-end, mediocre liquid cooler, like a 240 or a 120, I don't think anyone's using 120 AIOs anymore, but if you're using like a mediocre 240, 280, or a Noctua D15, or a Be Quiet Dark Rock Pro, or any kind of big air cooler, thermal right, deep cool, 8K620, whatever, any of that stuff, here's what happens when you're using an air cooler. The CPU's like, can I boost? The system agent's like, we don't have thermal headroom, you can't. Okay, I don't boost. So it doesn't boost. Then it asks, can I boost again? Can I boost? So it looks and it's like, Okay, we got power available. We do not have thermal headroom available. You cannot boost. Okay, so it doesn't boost. Then it asks again, can I boost? And it looks, it's like, we got power, but we don't have thermals. You can't boost. So I won't boost. Okay, so it skips the boost. It skips the boost. So it's like, with an air cooler, it's like, can I boost? No. Can I boost? No. Can I boost? No. Can I boost? Yes. Can I boost? No. Can I boost? No. Can I boost? No. It's like that. That is how it behaves on an air cooler. On a high-end liquid cooler, like a 360, 420, direct die, contact frame, all that stuff, you know, can I boost? Yes. Can I boost? No. Can I boost? No. Can I boost? Yes. Can I boost? Yes. Can I boost? No. Every time there's a yes in there, it can potentially fry the CPU or it degrades the CPU because it's jolting it with that high voltage, aka the VMin fiasco. So that is the reason why the better the cooling, the faster the CPU kills itself. Because the system agent's like, yeah, we got plenty of thermal headroom, go boost, and then it'll jolt the voltage up, and it'll raise that power up, and that's how it happens. So if you have an air cooler, you will never really see the problem unless you go out of your way to change the maximum thermal throttling, like the T-junction max, in the BIOS. If you raise that up to like 115 Celsius, then you can end up killing your CPU the way like all the people with liquid coolers killed their CPU. So, but no one really does that, because who wants to run their CPU up at 115? Like, no one's gonna do that. So that's why people like myself, I have had a 13900K for over 2 years now. I got mine on launch day in October of 2022. So I have a launch edition model that I have had running all the time with various workloads, multi-thread workloads, VM workloads, VDI, gaming, all, you name it. And it has never died. It has never shown any symptom of the VMin issue. And you know why? Because for the whole 2 years that I've had it, it has been on a Noctua NH-D15 air cooler. That is why. Now, obviously, now it's on the latest BIOS, and it's still on the Noctua air cooler. But I mean, it isn't even on a D15. It's on a D14. It's on like a 12-year-old air cooler at this point. But it survived. So in a weird way, the people who cheaped out on their cooling, like me, we don't have anything to worry about, because our mediocre air coolers protected the CPU from itself. And that is quite hilarious the more I think about it. Meanwhile, people who like spent all this money on custom loop and all this high-end cooling, they're the ones who are more likely to run into the problem. Because the boost will be like, can I boost? Yes. Can I boost? Yes. Can I boost? No. Can I boost? Yes. It's like that. Whereas if it's an air cooler, can I boost? No. Can I boost? No. Can I boost? No. Can I boost? No. Can I boost? Yes. Can I boost? No. It's like that. You guys have to think about it, how, like, there has to be power available, and there usually always is, because you guys have to remember, the default BIOS for like 2 years up until this summer, the default BIOS was unlimited power, which was 4,096 watts. So when the system agent was like, do I have power available? Well, we have unlimited power. So it's always like, yes, we have lots of power. But then it will go look at the thermals, and it's like, do I have thermal headroom? And if it's on an air cooler, it's like, no. So if both of them are yes, then it will boost. If one of them is no, it will not boost. If there is power available, but there is not thermal headroom available, because the cooler cannot cope, it will not boost. That's how simple it is. The logic is very simple. And you guys watched, so those of you who saw me playing live Monster Hunter Wilds in the open beta test last weekend, I was streaming on the 13900K, And people were freaking out when they saw the CPU touch 100 degrees Celsius. My CPU was like cooking itself at like anywhere from like 78 to 102 degrees Celsius. And every so often it would be like 100 degrees, 100 degrees. It would touch 100 degrees. And the thing is, when it touches 100 degrees, that is the the times that it does 100 degrees is the time when it's like, can I boost? Yes. So then it boosts and it touches 100 degrees and then it's like, oh, can't boost anymore. So then it backs down immediately. And then it's like, can I boost? No. Every time it says no, that's when I see the temperature sitting around like 83, 87, somewhere in there. Then when it goes to like 97, 100, that's the one time where it's like, can I boost? And it's like, yes. So it does it, and it's like, okay, you can't boost anymore because you overheated, or it's like you hit the thermal point. So that is how the Noctua air cooler basically protected the CPU from damage. But it's kind of like, it's a very unrefined look. Like the Intel CPU, it's when you look at it under an air cooler, it just looks silly because it's sitting there touching 100 degrees while playing a simple PC game, and it's like, yeah, this is not a good look. Considering the alternative, like what we've got here, we have an AMD 9800X3D. This thing is pulling 46 watts while gaming in a heavily CPU-bound game, and it's only running at 45 degrees Celsius. That is very different from 78 to 102 with 140 watts. That's a big difference in efficiency. So if you guys are curious about that, go check out last week's live stream, Monster Hunter Wilds, with the 13900K being cooled by a Noctua D15. I mean D14, but whatever, it's almost the same thing. Right, let me put this down a little bit here, and then let me get back to solution 9. When keeping it cool goes wrong. Yeah. It can go horribly wrong. Alright, we went into the Cyberpunk 2077 world. Solution 9. Yeah, you either have to manually set the limits, but who wants to do that? Who wants to, like, manually down, like, who wants to do stuff like that? See, that's not a good look. As far as I'm concerned, having to manually modify your CPU so it doesn't cook itself and burn itself into oblivion, that doesn't seem like a professional product. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not a good thing. Doesn't come across as refined. It survived that somewhat, but it had a production fault, so I eventually... Oh, you had to RMA it? Yeah. Yeah, that's costing them a lot of money to RMA all those CPUs, because they're basically... Every time a company has to do an RMA, that's like giving a product away for free. Because the one that died is defective, so that's like that one doesn't even count. So they have to send you another one. They're literally giving away products for free. That cuts into their bottom line. And then also, especially if the RMA rate is above the industry standard, then that's going to look very bad on their books, because they have to write that off, because it goes outside of managerial reserve spending and things like that. It just gets really, really messy from an accounting standpoint for the financial, like the CFO at Intel, for example. I'm sure that the VMin issue caused him a lot of sleepless nights and headaches and anxiety and things like that. And then on top of that, they launched Arrow Lake, and we all know how that went down. Arrow Lake? Yeah, we've got one. And it's gonna need a couple of months. I'm gonna have to give it a couple months to get better, because it's not looking too good right now. Oh man, AMD motherboards, AMD CPUs, the Micro Center. So the local Micro Center, all the Micro Centers I think are sold out. I can't. If anybody's able to check Micro Center, if you're able to keep changing the store around, are you able to find a Micro Center that still has the 9800X3D in stock? As far as I know, Micro Center is sold out of the 9800X3D nationwide. And then Newegg sold out of the processor in the first, like, 30 minutes of it going up for sale on Thursday. So yeah, there's been a lot of motherboards. So here's a couple of things, a couple of suggestions or recommendations from me based off of my observations of this launch. If you're somebody who wants to get the 9800X3D, my number one recommendation, get a X870 or X870 motherboard. Do not buy an X670 or X670E or B650 unless you want to update your BIOS. The nice thing about the new motherboards are you can buy one, you can order one online, or you can buy one from Micro Center or whatever your local retailer is, and it just works. It's literally plug and play. Meaning, even though those motherboards launched like before the X3D CPU launched, they still natively support the 9800X3D as far back as their very first BIOS. So, meaning you can buy a motherboard, an X870 Tomahawk, for example, that sat on the shelf for a while, and you can plug the CPU in, and it's going to work with no BIOS update required. Just saying. So if you're someone who doesn't like updating the BIOS before you get your computer up and running, get an X870 motherboard. You don't have to update the BIOS. Yeah, you can use flashback, but you would be surprised at how many people don't like doing that. The negative reviews on the original Zen 5 launch, for example, the 9700X, not the X3D, but the 9700X, when this CPU came out, people were forced to buy a B650 or X670 motherboard because the newer ones didn't exist yet. They came out like 2 months after this CPU launch. So there were a whole bunch of people who went and bought like a Micro Center bundle with a B650 gigabyte Gaming X, and guess what? They install the CPU, they build the whole system, turn on, guess what? Black screen, no post. They think, uh-oh, I must have done something wrong. Maybe I don't actually know how to build a PC. When in reality, they did nothing wrong. They simply just need to update the BIOS. I have already helped 3 or 4 different individuals, not naming any names, but I've already ran into like a handful of people who bought the 9700X at launch, bought a B650 motherboard, and they thought that they bought a defective motherboard or RAM or something because they couldn't post. And I told them they have to update the BIOS because the motherboard doesn't recognize the CPU. Sure enough, every single one of them did the BIOS flashback, and they all work fine after that. So a lot of people who are wanting to buy the 9800X3, they're going to run into the exact same scenario if they buy a B650 motherboard or an X670E motherboard. But they can avoid that altogether if they buy the X870 or X870E. And the reality is X870 and X870E are meant to go with Zen 5 processors, which is another reason why I recommend those. If you buy the previous one, B650, X670, you're buying a motherboard that was designed for the previous generation, which is Zen 4, which is the Ryzen 7000. That doesn't mean that it won't work with the 9000. It'll work totally fine, but it's an older design, so it's not gonna have Wi-Fi 7. It's not gonna have USB 4, although some of them do have USB 4, but those are reserved for a handful of high-end X670E and one specific ASRock Taichi B650E that does have USB 4. But other than those, you don't have USB 4, you don't have Wi-Fi 7. It's the last generation motherboard. So if you're buying new, why not get the latest standards? It's kind of a no-brainer. So that's my recommendation. My recommendation is, if you're buying a brand new motherboard, to go with a 9800X3D, get an X870 or X870E. This is no different from back when the 13 gen came out. There was Z690 and Z790. Z790 was the new chipset that was meant to go with 13th gen. Z690 was the older chipset that does support it with a BIOS update, but it's meant for the 12th gen Alder Lake. This is the exact same scenario. Only this time it's AMD instead of Intel. It's like the roles have reversed. 2 years ago, AMD moved to a new socket. So if you were buying, say, a 7950X, for example, you had to buy a new motherboard. You had to buy DDR5 RAM because it was a new socket. Whereas with Intel, if you bought a 13700K, you could cheap out and buy the older Z690, provided you did the BIOS flashback, and then it would work. You had that option. This time around, the roles are reversed. If somebody is going to buy the new Intel Core Ultra, they have to buy a new motherboard. It requires a new socket. Just like how AMD required the AM5 socket 2 years ago. But now, AMD users, they have the choice. They can either go with the new motherboards, or they can go with the old motherboards. But the old motherboards require a BIOS update. After swapping the CPU to the 9800X, I feel like Windows is a little more lag compared to... that's placebo, man. There's no difference. As someone who literally has, like, both CPUs, both systems, Windows 11, they're identical. That's placebo. The Intel CPU has lower latency, IMC, and Intel has tight Microsoft collabs, so that would not surprise me. My 1400K was overclocked, perhaps a minute snappier. No, there's no difference. 7900X will last a long time, as that bad boy can run 95C 24/7. I mean, what does that have to do? Wait, what? I have a 7900X and you just game. I think he means how long before you need to upgrade. I don't think he means the CPU will die. Are there any other X870E motherboards that have non-shared PCIe 5.0 X16? There's a bunch. So there's a whole bunch. It's not just one motherboard. All the ASRock boards, and then MSI's Godlike and MSI's Tomahawk. And then all the previous generation motherboards, all the X670E. X3D is more focused on single core content loading for X3D programs. If you want to take advantage and wait, what are you talking? What? Focused on single core? I don't know what that's referring to. Do you think upgrading to 9950X3D in the future would give a more snappier feel due to having more cores? I really don't think there's a difference, guys. I'm someone who regularly uses these different processors, and there's really no difference. How's the overclocking going on the 9950X? I haven't overclocked. I mean, I haven't messed with that in a while. That CPU, that platform was supposed to be the one for overclocking, but because I started having problems with a Gigabyte motherboard, which was what I was using previously as a production system, I had to move the ASUS system into production. So now I don't have the Hero readily available for overclocking. So that will probably change early next year. But the last I got was like 44 to almost 45,000 on mine with the overclock. But I haven't really messed with it since I did those videos. Does 9950X ever cause your games to load for a long time? It happens way less than no. I'm not sure. What do you mean by load? What? No. I mean, you guys have seen the live streams with the 9950X previously. Did I mess with any settings? Only the ones that I showed in the live stream. I haven't touched anything else since then. But the main thing you need to figure out first is like, what are the best cores on the CPU? In this case, it's a single CCD, so it's pretty straightforward. You can use something like hardware info. It'll tell you, or even CPU-Z will even tell you if you click on the, I think you right click on, what was that field? You right click on something and it shows you the entire list of cores. Shaders cause loads at beginning when... Shaders cause loads at beginning when... What? You're talking about shader compiling? The higher core count CPUs will do shader compiling faster. So yeah, that we talked about that earlier. That's an example where the 9950X3D would be better than the 9800X3D. Like when shader compiling, because it has 32 threads, it'll be faster than 16. Hey Kip, thanks for the sub. I don't play Fortnite. Can I do live stream Fortnite? Or you're asking if you, or you're asking if me? I don't play Fortnite, so there won't be any Fortnite on this stream, I can tell you that. Can I do live stream Fortnite? I mean, yes, you can. With that, yeah. Are you going to play any FPS games? I mean, the only one that I have here on this PC is Warhammer 40k Space Marines 2. That's the only one that's currently installed. But really, I wanted to look at CPU-bound games. Do you think the 650E Riptide open box was a good buy at 130? Okay, in context to what? For the 9800X3D? I mean, I think that's a really good deal. The dancing in Fortnite triggers me, so you can't... Okay. Do you know if using Ryzen Master to tune the... No, it won't void the warranty, but it's like... No. The thing with Ryzen Master has enough built-in guardrails that it's not like it's gonna mess anything up. I mean, it can cause system instability if you have no idea what you're doing, but it's not gonna like kill the CPU. There's enough guardrails in place so that it can't like kill the CPU due to too much voltage. I don't play Valorant. I was contemplating if I should have spent more to get the Tai Chi, but it was about $100 more. Wait, the Tai Chi was $100 more than 130? Are you talking about the previous Tai Chi? Or are you talking about, oh, B650E Tai Chi? Yeah, B650E Tai Chi is actually a pretty good motherboard. That one has USB 4. It actually has Thunderbolt. A lot of people don't know that. What minimum GPU should be paired? That's going to depend on the monitor. The monitor determines the GPU, guys, not the CPU. Hogwarts Legacy is bound with 1440 or lower. Yeah, we'll probably look at Hogwarts Legacy. 3080 at least. at the least. Star Citizen isn't a game that you need high FPS though. Star Citizen can still run with high FPS though. It's just not easy. But see, the reason why Star Citizen is not easy to get high frame rate is because it is so CPU bound. See, that's what I'm saying. Star Citizen is an example of a CPU bound game. It is like any other MMO. MMOs are always CPU bound. The only time an MMO is not CPU bound is when you like stare up at the sky or something. Then it's GPU. But like no one plays the game like this. I'm not gonna play the game like this. You know what I'm saying? Like staring up at the sky like this. Like this is pointless. Like I'm gonna run into a lamppost or something. Yes. Yes, all USB 4 is compliant with Thunderbolt. They're backwards compatible. How do you think I streamed the PS5 Pro yesterday? PS5 Pro, the way I was streaming PS5 Pro yesterday on yesterday's live stream was using a Thunderbolt capture card. Thunderbolt capture card on an AMD X870E Crosshair Hero. For a competitive player, eSport player, the CPU is the best. Yeah, I would agree. Is GTA 6 CPU bound? I mean, yes, it will be CPU bound. We can assume that. But no one actually knows to what degree because the game's not out. For high refresh rate 4K is the 5800X3. 5800X3 is still going to be good for a while. I do think, though, that we're starting to see some games scale with memory bandwidth more and more. So the 5800X3D, it is capped at DDR4. So its memory bandwidth is going to what's probably going to limit it before anything else. What's the cheapest way to get optical out if my motherboard didn't come with it? A sound card. Probably a sound card that uses one lane of PCIe. I would guess. I don't. Maybe there's like a USB DAC that has optical, but I'm not familiar with any of them. Memory spec. Oh yeah, that was what I was gonna show. Then we could probably change games here. Okay. Oh, I just realized something. So I downgraded my BIOS today to troubleshoot something with Gigabyte, and then I upgraded back, and all I did was I loaded XMP. I didn't actually change the timings, but I'll show you guys what it is. So this is it. This is the Zen timings. Zen timings is a very good program to show you the full memory whatever, like all the primaries, all the secondaries, the tertiaries, the voltages, so the CPU side voltages, the bus drive strengths, for example, they're down over here in the bottom right, the M clock, the F clock, the U clock, they're the things that we always talk about when we're talking with paint and stuff, when we're drawing things in paint. So there's our M clock, that's going to be 4 gigahertz, because that times 2 equals 8,000, which is the speed. And then F clock is the fabric. And then U clock is the memory control. This is the unified memory controller clock. So you can see the fabric and the memory controller are synchronized in a 1-to-1 ratio right now. Very similar to how it worked with Zen 3 and Zen 2 CPUs back in the day. And then our VSOC is running at 1.18 volt for the low idle power. And then MEM VDD is 1.35 volt. That is what this memory profile requires to run at 8,000. It requires 1.35 volts. And it's not reporting VDDIO properly. Oh, one of the things that I noticed, Zen timings currently needs to be updated to support the newer Agisa BIOS. If you're on Agisa 1202 or 1201, it misreports some of these voltages. So for example, VDDIO, it says it's 0 volts. That is actually completely incorrect. The VDDIO is actually running at, I think, 1.345 or something, or 1.349. It's like 0.1 of the MEM VDD. Or so, and VDDQ is also reported wrong. This is completely wrong. It's not 1.8. So MEM VDDQ is actually 1.35. So we can't really look at Zen timings if you're on the latest BIOS because there is a bug with the software here. It doesn't actually report the correct values. So typically it's 1.35 volts for VDD, for MEM VDD and VDDQ, and then VDDIO is usually either going to be the exact same number, so 1.35, or it's going to be like 0.1 lower or higher than the VDDQ, depending on what type of motherboard you're using. So that's basically that. So you guys can see it is running at 8,000 megatransfers, 48 gigabytes of memory. And that is on an X670E Gigabyte Aorus Master. Yeah, the other thing too is the AM5 motherboards, for some reason, they retain the resale value higher than the Intel ones, because I was trying to look at an alternative Gigabyte, because I'm probably going to have to RMA the Gigabyte motherboard because the X4 slot is not working correctly. So I was looking at the price of what this motherboard goes for used, and it's like $300, whereas the Intel one is like $255. So I found that kind of strange. I was like, man, the Intel one, because I actually have both boards. I have the Intel Z790 Aorus Master and the AMD X670E Aorus Master, and they're both basically the same. They were both $500 boards 2 years ago when they were new, but one of them has depreciated to like 300 to 380. The other one is all the way down to like 255. So I don't know what's up with that. $5090 we'll be able to handle Star Citizen at native 4K. Possibly, but the problem, remember, Star Citizen is very CPU bound. Star Citizen basically requires the best hardware possible at the time you try to play the game. So today that would be 9800 X3D plus 4090. Like, it requires both of them, especially if you want to play at 4K. If you're playing at like 1080 or 1440, then technically the 4090 is not really needed. You can get away with like much lower end GPUs, but the CPU is still gonna matter. Like, the CPU matters so much in Star Citizen. Man, all these people just standing around. I remember when this expansion was new, there were so many people like crafting in here. Now you only see a couple of people crafting. Most people are pretty much done. People at this point, people are just waiting for 7.1. Do you think a dual tower like the Dark Rock Elite will be enough? Yeah. Yes, it will. Dude, the Noctua, like the 7950X3D, I run that thing with a Noctua air cooler. The overclocking guide is already on the channel. So all the ways that you overclock the Zen 5 CPUs applies to every single one of those CPUs. So the instructions for overclocking a 9700X are exactly the same for the 9800X3D. There's no difference. So if you want to see the overclocking guide that I did, there's two videos. There's two videos that I did for overclocking that are already on the channel. One is the Curve Shaper Deep Dive, and that one is from the perspective of somebody with a 9700X, so that one will be very similar to the 9800X3D. And the second overclocking guide, that one features the 9950X, but again, it's exactly the same steps. The only difference is if you have a Ryzen 9, you have two CCDs that can be tuned, whereas if you have a Ryzen 7 or a Ryzen 5, you only have one. So it's a little bit more straightforward, but it's same concept, same principles apply. Everything's basically the same. The curve on the monitor. The curve on the monitor. Are you talking about a curved display? You get motion sickness from a curved display? See, I've never used a curved monitor, so I don't actually know what the effect is like. I always use flat panel, standard 16:9. I mean, I used to use 16:10 panels back in the day, like 1920 by 1200 on a 22-inch. That was super crisp back in the day. Oh, G9 Odyssey. See, I don't use a curved display, so I don't know. I don't know if I would suffer from motion sickness or not. Yeah, I can get a bunch of this gear, but I don't really need it right now. You're waiting on Solan Online? What's Solan Online? I don't even know what that game is. I've never heard of that. Is that an MMO? Solan Online. That sounds like an MMO. Okay, let's change games. Yeah, that's a good call. Okay, I got another one here. Let's move to... Hold up. Let's switch this out. Let's do... Okay, Hogwarts... Let's do Hogwarts Legacy real quick. PUBG on potato graphics? What? PUBG on potato graphics? What is... Is PUBG still popular? Oh, you know what? This game still has the settings from when I was testing 1080p on a 8700G. Oh, PUBG Mobile? That's even worse sounding. PUBG on mobile? What? You play PUBG? Oh man. PUBG in EU is big. See, I always assumed people played Fortnite, Valorant, Counter-Strike 2, Apex Legends, and I forget what the other... Oh, Call of Duty. I always thought the top 5 first-person shooters were the ones I just mentioned. I thought PUBG was more like Overwatch. Like, it was one of those that a lot of people still play, but it's not as popular anymore. Everyone laughs about PUBG, but it's still big on Steam. Well, you know why? Because I think PUBG is a game that a lot of people, a lot of like casual gamers that don't actually play games that much anymore, they played PUBG when it was in, what was it, like open beta or whatever? It was in like early access for a while, and it was so janky, and there was no dedicated like jump button and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I gotta fix the settings in this game, and then I have to share it. Hold on, I gotta get the resolution up, because the resolution's all messed up and it's in windowed mode. How do I set it to... Okay, is that windowed full screen? Okay, that's still borderless. Okay. So, 4K... Oh wait, we need to make it use upscaling because we need to get it to be more CPU bound. Does FrameGen make the game more CPU bound? Okay, just Ultra and just go in. Well, the thing with PUBG is a lot of people that play it are just casuals that played it a lot in like 2017, 2018. And then they come back to it just casually every now and then. And I feel like that's why the player count is still high. I don't think there's a lot of people... Like, is PUBG really that competitive? I don't feel like that game is super competitive anymore. Like, compared to like Apex Legends and wait, what the heck? Huh? Okay. Oh, I need to check something. Is there, like, okay, so it's, yeah, never mind. Okay, let's take a look at Hogwarts Legacy for a bit here. Actually, where was I trying to go? So is it competitive in like a free-for-all, or is it competitive in like team sports? Like squads? Or both? What the? Huh? Both? Okay. I mean, let me see something. I want to check PUBG on my Steam thing. Like, when was the last time I actually played PUBG? Okay. Alright, guys. Alright. Okay, guess what was the last time that I played PUBG? When was the last time I played PUBG? This is funny. Actually, maybe I should just make it multiple choice. Here, I'll just make it multiple choice. Hold on. When was the last time I played GTR? I get GTR. All right, I'll narrow it down so people aren't like way off. Okay. The poll is up. When was the last time that GTR played PUBG? What year? Man, a lot of people said 2017. 2017 was when the game was still early access. There wasn't even a proper button to jump. You had to like use physics to like hop over the walls. The game was so jank and it was so unoptimized. Okay, hold on. I was trying to go somewhere. I can't remember where I was trying to go though. Was I trying to go up here? Yeah, I haven't played it in a long time, but yeah, so I guess we got... Wow, only 22 people voted. Only 22 people voted. So, if you guys are upgrading your PC, is anybody going to get a new case? Is anyone here looking at getting a new case?
Revelio.
From their old one? Or not? Am I supposed to use Lumos? I forget what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, not the close thing. What was it?
Wingardium Leviosa.
No, that's...
Reparo. Lumos.
Oh, that's what the button was. Lumos. So that is at the base of the stairs. Oh, this is what I was trying to figure out. Wait, did it close the door on me?
Revelio.
$4,000D. You're building a new PC, you give the old one to one of your nephews. That's nice of you to do that.
Aloha Mora.
You definitely need to get a new case. You want to know what the dimensions of the 5090 will be first? You can assume it'll be just as big as the 4090. These things aren't going to become so stupidly big that they can break your PCIe slot. That's not how it works. The other thing too is there's a limit on power consumption. So all these rumors about 600 watt TDP, that's completely false. All that all that means is that it's using the same type of connector that the 4090 uses. That doesn't mean that it's going to be using 600 watts. My assumption is that the power consumption of the 5090 will be basically the same as the 4090, and if it does end up using more, it will be more like a 3090 Ti. But it's not going to be some insane, mini nuclear reactor or anything like that. That's complete nonsense. That's not true. It's going to have a TDP around 450 watts. It's going to typically pull anywhere from 300 to 450, depending on the game, depending on the way the game engine utilizes the shaders, the rasterization part of the GPU, the ray tracing part of the GPU, etc. It's basically going to be like a 4090, except it's going to be faster. So I would not be concerned with, like, if you're not able to decide on a case because you want to know what the dimensions of a 5090 are, I think that's the wrong way to look at it. It's going to basically be the same standard size of all the GPUs currently on the market, because the 4090 was really not that much different from the 3090 in terms of the size. It's a triple slot. It had slightly more metal, but it was slightly shorter than the 3090. So, it's going to be somewhere in that same size dimension, that range. Okay, so let me just end the poll. So the correct answer on this, for those that are wondering, the last time I played PUBG, so the people who said 2020, so it's 16% of the vote, you would be correct. The last time I played PUBG was November 28th, 2020. So almost 4 years ago. And I remember that year, that was the pandemic. That was like the first pandemic year, because there was two of them. But that one was the first one. That was the time of the year when the PlayStation 5 had just launched, the Xbox Series X had just launched, the RX 6800 XT had also just launched, and literally in 2 weeks from that day, the 6900 XT would launch in December, 4 years ago. And the 30 series had launched back in September of that year and throughout October. So that was the time of the scalpers. And that was a time when the supply chain issues started to rear their ugly heads, which would persist all throughout 2021, bringing forth an era known as, to tech enthusiasts, the dark times. It was a time when it was near impossible to buy a graphics card at its actual MSRP. We're talking $900 for a 3060 Ti. We're talking $3,000 for a 3090. It was ridiculous. Those were some really dark times. Crypto was also on the way up again. Yes. Yes, it was the dark times for several reasons. You couldn't buy anything because of scalpers. Crypto mining was booming big time, but mainly, see, crypto really boomed in... It started in the latter half of 2020, but it really was big in 2021. 2021 was like the worst year for PC gamers who needed to upgrade their computer. Like, 2021 was like a terrible year. Worst year ever for computer hardware. 2021 was a supply chain shortage year. Wait a minute, this is the headmaster's office. Wait, how did I get in here? I just undid the lock? Wait, where am I? Oh, the top of the the main tower is where this is. Oh, that's cool. Have I never been here before? I played through the entire story of the game. I never actually went up here. You only play Paladin? What is PLD? Paladins? Oh, you're talking about Final Fantasy. Oh. Paladin and Black Mage, yeah. I played Paladin briefly in Endwalker. I don't actually play Paladin anymore. I still need to level it up. It's not max level. It's like level 90. Black Mage, I got that at level 100. Let me actually, let's go to Hogsmeade. Let's go to the CPU bound area. What is the absolute best RAM you can put with the 9800X 3D? It's either going to be like DDR5 6000 CL28 or DDR5 8000 CL38. Probably. Either of those. Or you can just go with DDR5 8000 CL40 or 6000 CL30.
My plan is to have enough.
Okay, let's do the run. Let's do the run real quick. I'm gonna do my benchmark run. So I run. This is the way I do it. I start out there. I start in that place. Then I run up the bridge. I cross the bridge. Go into the town. I go through here. I weave through these people. I go into the candy store, whatever this store is over here. Go in, press the button, go up the stairs, loop around, press the button, leave, run here, jump over the stairs, and then proceed to run all the way back to the start. It's pretty good. 100 frames with all these NPCs around is pretty good. But see, now we're hitting a GPU bottleneck. As we get out here, I can see the GPU, because when it's staring into the distance, the GPU bottleneck. And then here's the CPU bottleneck with these people. So the CPU says 38 to 40, and then if I go over here, what does it do? It should go down. Yeah, like 30, 28. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty easy. This is a pretty predictable CPU to see the CPU bottleneck on the percentage. You think for the price, the ASRock Nova is the best, but they are out of stock everywhere. That's because they're too good value. I mean, there's a reason why it's always out of stock. It's because it's the best value. Like 300, like I said, $500 is the ceiling. If you spend more than $500 on a motherboard, you're not really going to get that much more out of the motherboard in terms of the amount of money being spent. 500 is more like the cap. Up to 500, you're getting more features. Under 500, so there's a range. So up to 300 is the majority of what most people are going to spend. Most people are not going to spend more than $300. So that's kind of like the first tier ceiling. Then you go up, the next ceiling is around 500. Then the next ceiling after that, it's quickly becoming 700. There really was no well-defined ceiling above $500 for a motherboard until the last 2 generations. Basically, since Zen 4 and Intel's 13th gen, we now have this new weird category of the $700 motherboard category. And then there's also like the $1,000 and above. It's like 1,000 plus in terms of motherboard, but it's like the $1,000 one, I mean, those are like even harder to justify because you're literally, for the price of like 2 $500 motherboards, you're getting 1 motherboard. So it's, you know, it's kind of a weird situation or comparison to do, but up to 300, you're clearly seeing the difference between a $200 motherboard and a $300 motherboard. Then from 300 to 500, you're seeing a big difference between a $300 board and a $500 board. Once you go above 500 to 700, there's not that much of a difference. There's very little difference between a $500 and a $700 motherboard. And then from 700 to 1,000, there's even less of a difference. So it's, I don't know, it's weird. It's strange that those products exist, but I know why they exist. They exist so that people will pay attention to the brand. You personally like the $170 motherboard range? Being able to game with top FPS on such a cheap motherboard. Man, this game is such a good game, actually. Every time I revisit Hogwarts Legacy, I keep thinking, this is a game that there was a lot of people that were nervous about this game before it came out. Like, they thought the game was going to bomb, or they thought there was going to be a severe problem with it in the sense that either the combat system was going to be really bad, or the story was going to be really bad. But it actually has a decent story. It's a bit of a generic story, but it's fairly good. And the side quest content in this game is above average. So, and the combat system is pretty solid. For a magic wizard-based game, the combat system is surprisingly fun. So I feel like this is by far, out of all the Harry Potter games, like this one is clearly the best one. By a huge margin. And I feel like this game also kind of flew under the radar. Well, not flew under the radar. It's underrated. It's like, for some reason, this game did not get as much positive media attention that I think it deserved. For some strange reason. I mean, the game, it just exudes quality. This is a quality game. Like, I forgot how to fly. How do I fly again? Did I just use a potion that I wasn't supposed to use? I guess I need to go out of the town. What the... did I use the potion? What is this? Thunder Brew creates a storm around the drinker, which will stun and damage nearby enemies. Well, I guess I accidentally used that. So if I... How do I... Okay, I gotta get further away from this. Or I just can't fly while I have the thunderstorm out? Maybe that's what it is. The game used to use even more VRAM. They nerfed the VRAM usage. I wish they would have let the game stay with max VRAM like it used to at launch. 8 gigs of VRAM is not enough for this game. Can I fly now? I still can't fly. Am I still that close to the town? Clearly I should be... Okay, there we go. There we go. Now I gotta remember the controls.
Faster!
Supposed to run into
That
these?
crime doesn't pay. But
What was that? Who's talking? Someone was talking. How do I go down? Hold up. Maybe I should switch to... Yeah, the game controller controls for flying are pretty straightforward compared to keyboard and mouse. I don't remember how to fly with keyboard and mouse, as I just missed that thing. Like, there's parts of this game that made me think of The Witcher 3 in terms of the graphics. How is the X870E Hero? That is my main production machine now. That is the Tech Thursdays PC, is what I mean by that. So anytime you watch Tech Thursdays, that is coming to you from the X870E Crosshair Hero with a 9950X and 96 gigabytes of RAM with a Radeon 7900 XTX Sapphire Nitro. That is also combined with the PS5 Pro. So that whole like 6-hour live stream from yesterday, that whole thing was done using the Crosshair and the PS5 Pro. How do I fly faster? Like, was there a button to make it fly, like, zoom? Oh wait, this goes up.
Time to go a little quicker.
Time to go faster. How do I do? Is there like a button? I thought it was like a zoom. Or not a zoom, like a... Oh, you can't fly into the town? It's got the magic thing. It's got the magic barrier that keeps the Death Eaters out. Yeah, the Crosshair 8 Hero, that is an X570. That's for Zen 2 and Zen 3. Technically all of Zen 1 through 3. Is that a train station? How do I need to go down more. Oh, it's way more down than I thought. I keep thinking of like Microsoft Flight Simulator style controls. See, this game, it's kind of like, it has its own art style, but I feel like the graphics of this game make me think of, it's like a mix between Horizon and The Witcher. Yeah, Micro Center sold, like, each Micro Center got something like 300 plus 9800X 3Ds, and all of them sold out yesterday. So it took only like, what, Thursday, Friday, Saturday? It took like 3 days for all the Micro Centers to sell out, and each one of them, I guess the ones that are in the really, really famous areas had more stock. But they had like 300 plus processors, and they sold out of. That means they're averaging like 100 or more 9800 X3Ds a day in terms of how many units they sold. You got yours at Micro Center? Yeah, so did I. I got mine at Micro Center also. Yeah, I knew that if I didn't do anything, I was gonna lose my chance. The weird thing was in the morning, like on Thursday, when they first listed the processor, it was up for like 30 minutes, and then it immediately went out of stock. So then I thought, oh, I missed my chance because I didn't reserve one. Wait, what? What's going on over here? How do I get off the mount? I forgot what the button was. Q. Oh, B. I can't dismount here?
Go! Slow
Wait, why
down now.
not?
There we go.
Huh?
Faster! No need to race now, my friend.
How do I get off the horse? I don't understand. What did I do wrong?
Away!
Oh well.
Time to go a little quicker.
I can't dismount.
Go!
Oh well. I'll figure it out eventually. I don't know. I wanted to land there and go look at those kites, but oh well. Newegg was sold out before they even were supposed to be listed. Yeah, Newegg sold out, I think, within the first 15 to 20 minutes of the listing going up.
There's no telling what lies in wait for me in there. Slow down now. There we go.
How come I couldn't get off the mount over there? Wait, where is this? Ancient magic. Wait, have I already been in here? I think I've already been there. Wait, let me see. Oh, I guess I have been in here. It's been a while.
Lumos.
$1,000 scalper scum. What? Wait, I don't deal any damage to this thing.
Expelliarmus! Confringo!
Oh, you guys are fire. Stench of the Dead.
Expelliarmus! Defender! Confringo! Bombarda!
Ooh.
Arresto momentum! Glacius! Levioso! Lumos!
As you can see, you can use it for a high refresh rate monitor. In this dungeon, I am GPU bound. Because there's not a lot of like NPCs or anything, so we're in a GPU bound environment. When we were in Hogsmeade, we were at like 90, I think it was like 95 to 115, somewhere in that range. But over here we're at like 150 plus.
Bombarda! Confringo!
They do die to fire. Are these the things that were attacking Dumbledore and Harry Potter when they were in that place in Half-Blood Prince? I think those are the things that were in the water. Stench of the Dead. I assume that I've already been here, although I could be completely wrong in that assumption.
Lumos!
This game, I like this game because it has like a good mix of like exploration and puzzle solving. It also has like the wizard combat. Oh, I guess I have been here because it looks like I did open this already. Zotac underrated. They are better. Zotac is good, guys. For real, Zotac is good. I don't know if I should go down there. That doesn't look very inviting. This is the type of game, like, if I had more time, and if I didn't have so many other games that I need to finish, I would definitely, like, play a lot more of this game. This is the type of game that I feel like the more you play this game, the more it grows on you, and the more you just find yourself coming back to it. That looks like I can actually go down there, doesn't it? Ooh, wait, what?
Lumos.
Oh. This is like the Dwarven Kingdom in Lord of the Rings. I forgot what the...
Accio.
Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, I can't go in here? Oh. You've had a 4080 and a 4090, and the MSI Supreme feels more premium than the FE. Yeah, but you're comparing a 4090 to a 4080 though.
Accio.
What motherboard are you currently using for the test? The Gigabyte Aorus Master. Wait, this looks like a room that I've not been in before.
Lumos. Accio. Levioso.
Oh, this is the X670. X670E. This is my 2-year-old motherboard that I've had. I originally had this paired up with a 7950X 2 years ago. For like 2 years it was like that. Oh, I need to move this actually.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Should I put it here? Yeah, I have been here because I've already looted all this stuff. So I guess I have already been here in the past. I just don't remember since it's been so long since I played the game. Unless there's treasures that I haven't found.
Bombarder.
Man, the ancient magic seems so OP. Oh, is this guy hitting? Oh, there. What? Ragdoll physics.
Confringo.
I forgot what the dodge roll button is. Is it dodge roll? I can't see what's going on. How do I heal it? I forgot the buttons. I forgot how to heal. What was the button? Maybe I don't have any healing items. Oh wait, no I do, but I don't even know what the button is to heal. Certainly not this thing. I need to quit using that. Wait a minute, what's the regular heal? A potion that enhances the drinker's thing? What? Well, we use the lightning thing again. I've got 9 healing. Oh wait, what?
Accio. Lumos.
Oh, I can't go in here with that. What are you talking about? You're so nervous for the connection to melt? What? You will hard to notice different from using. Wait, what are you talking about? Breakouts in sound quality. Should use a separate sound card. What? You're nervous of what melting? Oh, the power cable for the GPU? Okay, how do I get out of here? I'm just gonna teleport out. Oh, I can't teleport out? Okay, I'm just gonna go back to the entrance then. Because I'm pretty sure I was here in the past and I already did everything. Just need to figure out how to get out of here. I think going up is a good idea.
Lumos.
I'm pretty sure I was here a long time ago. That's not right. That's leading further in. I need to go out. I need to work my way up. Why does this bug out? Like, their collision detection on that door is not good. Yeah, I think this is the way out. Okay. We were in there so long, it's dark outside now. But I can teleport again. What are these green things?
Lumos. Lumos.
Oh, it's one of these puzzles. And you have to do it at night. I don't think these things are around during the day.
Lumos.
Merlin himself would be proud.
Yeah, but see, that's why Infinity Fabric, you just want it to be, if you're in 1-to-1, Infinity Fabric should be like 1/3 of your M clock, or no, your DDR5 speed, and then if you're in 2-1, the Infinity clock should be the same as the memory controller clock. So it's pretty straightforward. That's why 6,000 and 8,000 are the magic numbers. Because when you're at 6,000 DDR5, your F clock is 1/3 of 6,000. 6,000 divided by 3, that's 2,000. And when you're at 8,000 DDR5, your U clock is running at 2 gigahertz and the fabric is already 2 gigahertz. So they're both the same speed. So ideally, you want the F clock doesn't need to go above 6,000. If it's gonna go above 6,000, the only time it would be above 6,000 is if you're running like some kind of different. You're running some kind of memory clock that's not 6,000 or 8,000. So like the next number above 8,000 would be 8,400. Because at 8,400, you do the math, your like 84 divided in half is what? 42. So that's 4.2 gigahertz. You cut that in half, 2,100. So U clock and F clock should be 2,100 at 8,400 DDR5. See, that's the only time the fabric needs to be running at a higher speed. The other example would be like if you're running 6,400. At 6,400, your memory controller is running at 3.2 gigahertz. Well, no, you wouldn't even use that. You would take 6,400 and you divide it in 3. And that would be your U clock speed, which I think is 2133. Or something close to that. It would be, yeah, it would be like 2133. But see, that's where those numbers are coming from. And that's why if you're running your RAM at 6,000 or 8,000, you don't need to mess with the fabric. The fabric can stay at 2 gigahertz. That is the reason why I recommend those two speeds, because they're so easy. There's no thinking about or messing with the fabric. What's in here?
Sold that last. Hello, be with you in a bit.
Oh, he's got stuff for gardening. I wish this would tell me how many I actually have in my own inventory, because it's like, okay, he's got 2 in stock. That's nice. I wish I knew if I had these or already.
No one can say I don't keep a stacked shelf.
Am I in Hogwarts? Where am I? Oh, I'm at, wait. Oh, I'm on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Somehow, even though, despite flying around on the Griffin, I somehow ended up back in Hogsmeade. I'm not really sure how this happened, but this is how I ended up here.
Aloha Mora.
Mine now,
I wonder
damn
how
guys.
long it took the developers to make this game. I feel like this is one of those games that took like 3 or 4 years to make. You guys think there's gonna be a new From Software game next year? Technically, there should be. Ooh, there was one of those in there. If we go by their release cycle, their new games are typically every 3 years. So Elden Ring was 2022. Add 3 years, 2025 should be the next big game.
Aloha Mora.
Trident Z5 Neo.
Revelio.
Oh wait, was this where I just was? Should pay attention to something that is rarely mentioned. If you set F clock higher than 2000. Wait, what are we? Oh, you're talking about. Yeah, the only time you need to change. See, the thing with F clock.
New instruments are expensive.
Changing F clock is only necessary or only really recommended if you're running your memory at something other than 6000 or 8000. Wait, what? That was weird. I couldn't jump over that. I like how so many of these buildings are explorable. I like how you can just go into so many buildings. That shows that they took time to really craft the game. I am streaming using the dedicated media engine on the CPU, which means I am not using X264. I am using the HEVC encoder on the Ryzen CPU, which is basically the same as if I were to use the GPU for encoding. I hope that makes sense. Meaning, I'm using the integrated graphics to encode the live stream. So the answer was neither. It's not CPU software encoding and it's not GPU hardware encoding. It is the integrated graphics. So technically it is kind of like GPU encoding. Where? How far is that? That is like really far out. Oh. There's a tower up here. There's still an area that I've never actually been to. Down here, I don't actually know what's over here. The game has a good size in terms of the world to explore. It's got a good amount of space. It's got a good map. It's kind of like the Horizon games in terms of the world size. Are you asking me what cooler am I using? It was the one that was featured in the live stream build. The Deep Cool LT720. The Tomb of the Villager. What is this? Have I been here before? The Tomb of the Villager. Wait, I've not been here before. What's my inventory? Do I have space? Okay, we just got space. Whoa. Wait, why are there people down here?
You're the one who released our dragon. Yourself for that.
How do I do the teleport? How do I do it?
You're no match for me. As you wish. You're going to regret that.
Did this guy surrender? Oh no, he didn't surrender.
Wait till Sebastian hears about this. An ashwinder.
An ashwinder.
Revelio. Confringo.
Oh. Oh, that's cool. It's like Legend of Zelda style puzzles.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Am I supposed to put it somewhere? Oh wait, I know. Right there?
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Oh, I should have carried. Oh, okay. I think I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to like toss it over the wall.
Wingardium Leviosa. Accio.
Okay, now I think it should stay over there. Yeah.
Confringo.
Oh, it opened the wall. Oh, I see. That's cool. Oh. Unidentified outfit. I think that was pretty much all that was in here. There was some other thing for Sebastian that I got at the beginning of entering here. What are we talking about? Clear CMOS? What? Tassos, thanks for the sub. Oh, you couldn't clear the CMOS because there was no button, so you had to find the jumper. Yeah, you really see the thing with the motherboards. It's all about the features. It's about how you're going to use your computer for the next several years. Are you going to use a capture card, for example? Are you going to use 10 gigabit LAN? Are you going to use dual graphics cards? You know, those are all the sort of questions that you need to ask yourself when you're thinking about upgrading your PC. Those are just some examples of questions. That's not all the questions, that's just a few of them. The tier list video takes all of that into account. Which is better for a case with Montec King 95 Pro or Lian Li Vision Compact? Let me see. I am not familiar with either one of those. Montec. Okay. Yeah, that one. So the Montec one, I mean, that looks like an aquarium style. I'm not a big fan of the cases that have that look, where it's like they don't have proper front intake. Well, Lian Li Vision. Yeah, personally, not gonna lie, I don't like either one of them. I don't like either one of them because I don't like cases that don't have proper intake fans. I know the trend of the new case design is going in that direction where they're like putting glass on the front and glass on the side. Glass on the side is fine. Glass on the front I don't understand because the air is going to flow in from the side. It's going to like kind of just go in all directions. It's gonna like run up against the sidewall glass and just kind of like reflect over to where everything is. I don't think that's as good in terms of directional airflow versus like old school front to back. The air comes in the front of the case, it goes out the back of the case, or it comes in from under the case and it goes out the top of the case. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of those what I call aquarium looking cases. So I personally wouldn't get either one. That's my honest opinion. Yeah, but you can still do water cooling with a standard case. And the standard design is going to be more versatile if you ever decide to change the build. Antec Flux Pro. See, that looks more normal. The Antec case looks way more normal. That actually looks kind of like those Lian Li cases. It looks kind of small to me. I mean, I tend to go for larger cases because you can fit. It's easier to work in them when you're cable managing. It's easier to upgrade in the future. You don't have to worry about like a certain graphics card size or a motherboard form factor. Like for example, will the case fit an EATX motherboard? So like if I'm buying a case, like okay, the best example I can give you, the one right here. This one. The NZXT H7 Flow. This one. I wanted a case that had traditional front intake. I could fit up to a 420 AIO in the front as intake if I wanted. I wanted air from the bottom up. No restriction, no power supply in the way. But I also wanted the top to be able to fit a 360 AIO. And I didn't want the power supply to be on the top. But I wanted the bottom to be open, like this. So this NZXT fits all of the criteria. I could do a 420 in the front. I can do a 360 on the top. If I want a rear exhaust fan, I could put one in there. Now, I'm not using one, but it's not necessary because of the way the airflow is set up. But I could add a 140 rear or 120 rear if I wanted. You guys can see the AIO. The tubes are going like this. The graphics card also is cooling the RAM. I have directed airflow from the 4080 Super Founders Edition fan, it's pushing air up across the RAM and out the top off the 360. The 360 AIO is functioning as an exhaust. So that's kind of the setup. We're running the RAM at 8,000, so we need the RAM to stay cold. I got all this cold air coming through here. This front is pushing a lot of cold air. These are triple 140 millimeter Montec fans. They are pushing the air. You guys can see. Let me see if I can get an angle from it here. Yeah, there we go. So there's the Montec fans. 3 of them right there. 140s. They're going in. This motherboard is an eATX motherboard. This is extended ATX. The case needs to be able to support eATX and having all that space. So that's the reason why I don't go for those, like, I mean, you can get one of those aquarium-looking cases that can fit this type of stuff. But I don't know. I go for practicality. It has to be able to do air cooling. It has to be able to do the standard liquid cooling. Standard liquid cooling means 360 AIO. And optionally 420 AIO. That's how I build my computers. They're all done from a practicality standpoint. I don't like building like gimmicky, you know, because I have a feeling those aquarium style cases are going to go out of style. The fish tank case, one fish tank case that is good is NZXT H6 Flow. Isn't that kind of like, wait, that's NZXT H6 Flow 2024? I mean, this looks like the... Okay, one thing I will say, I'll give NZXT credit. The thing that they did differently is they actually have those fans. The intake is angled. It's at a diagonal angle. So that is actually not terrible. I don't like the ones where the fans are literally parallel, or they're like on the same. They're like next to the motherboard. I think that's not a good way of cooling the motherboard. This one is angled though. So this one is actually not terrible. So this is the NZXT H6 Flow. Yeah, this one, because it's angled, that's not that bad. So, yeah, I can see how the air will go in at an angle. That's not bad. Bad is when the airflow like comes in from the side panel and goes toward this wall. See? Yeah, that's not that bad. So this one is actually acceptable. Yeah, so glass... The thing with the glass, I didn't like for a while, case manufacturers were putting glass on the back. What's the point? Like, they were putting glass on this side. What's the point of putting glass on this side? Like, no one's gonna look at it. It's just another hazard for it to get scratched or cracked, or, you know, like, it's just, no, man, like, really? The glass on both sides was dumb. Thankfully, now they're not doing that anymore, so they're back to being more normal with the way that they place the stuff. Like, standard metal on the side, standard metal mesh on the front, on the top. This case looks like it's really wide. Yeah, this case looks really wide. I wonder how this compares with Fractal Torrent, though. I noticed they're starting to put more of, like, this cutout on the bottom for floor intake. It's kind of small in real life. Can this fit an EATX? That is the question. It looks like you can put an EATX, but it's gonna like overhang the angle here where the cables come from. So you'll have a piece of motherboard that just sticks out like that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think EATX would not look good in this case. That's interesting. Yeah, NZXT, obviously now I have the H7, but the last time I had an NZXT case was 2010. So it's been like 14 years. And I like that NZXT has kept their unique design language. Like, when you look at a case, you can tell it's an NZXT case. They went from the old school Darth Vader mask on the front of the case that has the slide opening mechanism, like it's hinged, to monolithic blocks. Like, this looks like a monolithic block. Kind of like Fractal. Fractal's cases were also that very... Fractal cases looked like office PCs. Like the Fractal Define R4. That thing literally looks like an office PC. You know what I'm saying? It just looks very old school, timeless. It never gets old. It's always kind of like cool looking. Then they came out with the stuff with the front mesh panel, you know, like, for instance, if I show you guys this right here. This is the front of a Fractal Torrent. The Fractal Torrent has, you know, like, this line grill. And then it has the dust filter on the backside. And it's got the Fractal logo right there. So this is the Fractal Torrent's front. That's what I'm saying. Like, Fractal was the first to start this weird, like, Mercedes S-Class looking grill on their cases. Then they went with the wood trim on the Fractal North. I don't know why all of a sudden we're talking about Fractal, because we were originally talking about NZXT. I'm just saying, to compare NZXT and Fractal. Fractal and NZXT, they have kept that, like, more upscale, understated, clean design aesthetic. They don't have this overly gamery look. Like, if you just look at the case by itself. Now, that doesn't mean you can't make their PC look gamery. Like, with, like, blinged RGB everywhere. Like, rainbow colors all over the place. The rolling rings on the fans and everything. You can totally do that, especially with an aquarium-looking case like this. But, you know, Fractal and NZXT always have that very clean design language. I do think that Fractal popularized this monolithic look. And now everyone is kind of following them. Corsair is the one that I feel like they're probably going to come out with new cases next year. Corsair has come out with some aquarium cases. I want to see Corsair become an innovator again in computer case design. There was a time when Corsair was like the best one. And now they're kind of just like average. They're like average to above average. They still have like the really good like the 7000D. But that thing needs a little bit of an update, man. Where's the 20 gig USB-C on there? Where's the GPU anti-sag bracket? Like, those premium cases from Corsair are missing things that you can get from other vendors at the same price point. Or in some cases, even lower price point. Like Lian Li. Lian Li is the one that, if you're looking for like a value, man, Lian Li, the Landcool 3, the Landcool 2, the XL, Lian Li has some really, really good cases in terms of value and practicality. Although sometimes I think some of the Lian Li cases are either too heavy, there's too much glass, they're very RGB, they're very blingy, like gamery. So that's the only thing about the Lian Li cases. My favorite Corsair case currently is the 7000D. That's a full tower case, though. That's basically the big brother of the 5000D. See, this is what happens when I play Hogwarts Legacy. Every time I play Hogwarts Legacy, the stream is just talking about PC parts the whole time. I'm like, that's fine. It's just, it's hilarious how that's how every one of these Hogwarts Legacy streams go. You know, it's always like, play the game, but then end up talking about computer hardware for like 3 hours. That's how it is on this channel. If you're new to the channel, this is like normal. This is like an everyday thing. You see the PC are using Gigabyte X, no, X670E Oris Master. I don't have the new one. So I can't comment on the new one. No, this is the old one. This is X670E Oris Master. I've had it for 2 years. This motherboard is 2 years old. My best streams are when I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy. What CPU did I upgrade from? That's a good question. I don't even know. What was the CPU that was in there? So, okay. The problem is, the reality is the Gigabyte motherboard probably has to be RMA'd. Like, no joke. This Gigabyte motherboard was the motherboard that I used for 2 years for the Tech Thursdays streaming PC. But recently, it's developed a problem. The problem is, when I have, it doesn't matter what it is, I install something in the X4 PCIe slot, the computer either cannot post and cannot get into Windows, like the Windows will spin forever, or it'll blue screen ACPI fault or something, or it literally just doesn't even like do anything. It like, and I've tested it with this guy right here, the AverMedia Live Gamer 4K. This is the capture card that I use with the PlayStation 5, and now the PlayStation 5 Pro. But this is a 4K 60 HDR with 120 pass-through. This is a super high-end capture card. So the cool thing about the AverMedia is I used it for troubleshooting the issue with the Gigabyte motherboard. So what I have found is that when you turn the computer on, the RGB AverMedia logo, it lights up and it's blinking. It blinks while the computer is going into Windows. If it's going to successfully get into Windows, the RGB will turn into a solid light and it will stay lit the whole time, indicating that the card can be used. What happens with the Gigabyte Oris Master is you start the computer, it's blinking like normal, and then either the light turns off, meaning the card's like, you know, it's like not functioning because of the PCIe port, or the computer never gets into Windows and the card turns off. So there's some kind of weird problem with the motherboard and the PCIe slot. I remove this card from the motherboard and it works fine. So that made me think, okay, did my AverMedia card go bad? Well, no, because I plug it into any of my other motherboards and it works totally fine. So then what I did was, I don't have it in front of me right here, but I put the Thunderbolt card from Gigabyte's Titan Ridge Thunderbolt PCIe card in the motherboard, and sure enough, the same thing happens. I can't get into Windows, or it blue screens on the way into Windows, or it doesn't work. I remove the card and make the slot completely empty, and it goes into Windows just fine. One of the things I tested was I went into the BIOS and I manually set the PCIe X4 to Gen 2 speed, because that is what this AverMedia card requires. It requires 4 lanes of Gen 2. And today I was able to successfully get into Windows and the card was working. I did the throughput and the bandwidth test, everything was working. and then I restart the computer, and lo and behold, again, the same problem. We can't get into Windows. It just hard freezes. So something's wrong with the motherboard. I downgraded the BIOS all the way back to the BIOS from May, which was the earliest BIOS that can support the 9800X3D, and it's still, this problem still happens. So there's no difference in terms of the BIOS from May all the way till now. And it doesn't matter if it's the AverMedia or if it's a Thunderbolt card or some other anything. I plug anything in there, it doesn't work. I tested the AverMedia in the bottom PCIe slot, which is only a 2-lane slot, and it works fine. It's only half bandwidth, but it works fine. So clearly, the motherboard has some physical problem, unfortunately, with the second PCIe slot. So I'm most likely going to have to RMA the motherboard. Thankfully, I still have 1 year of warranty because the Gigabyte motherboards have a 3-year warranty. My motherboard is now over 2 years old. I got it in September of 2022 with a Ryzen 9 7950X on launch day of the Zen 4 CPUs. So I've had it for over 2 years. It still has like 11 months of warranty or 10 months of warranty left. So I need to get it RMA'd. That's unfortunate because it was my workhorse motherboard for live streaming for 2 years, and it never let me down until now. I don't know what happened to it, but unfortunately, because of that, I have had to switch to my X870E Crosshair Hero. So whenever you guys see me live on the Tech Thursdays episodes, that used to be recorded and streamed using this Gigabyte Aorus Master. So, and just to emphasize, this Gigabyte Aorus Master was what I used for the live streaming. So, just to show you guys the Aorus logo, there it is, the Aorus emblem. This is the motherboard. It is a big EATX motherboard. This is a $500 motherboard when I bought it 2 years ago, and unfortunately, it has a faulty PCIe slot down there. I don't know why. It doesn't look like there's any physical damage. I can plug cards in there, and they initialize, but they won't run. So there's definitely a hardware problem, unfortunately, and those are always like the worst problems to deal with. So because of that, I have switched to the Crosshair Hero from Asus for Tech Thursdays. And the Gigabyte is now kind of like the, I don't know, the gaming PC, sort of, but it's faulty. So it's like, I don't know. Yes, I will most likely have to RMA the motherboard. So I will be without this motherboard for a while. This is why redundancy is key. So I'm the type of person, like, I'm not gonna, like, if I have an old computer, like, if I had one computer, and if I decided to upgrade to a new computer, I'm not going to sell my old computer. I'm going to keep my old computer because that is my backup. That is my lifeboat if the new one has some kind of problem. See, this is the reason why redundancy is key. Can you imagine if I only had this 1 gigabyte board and I have to RMA it? How am I supposed to make the Tech Thursday show? See? So redundancy is a big deal for production. So, thankfully, we got the Asus Hero to come in and save the day as the hero. But yeah, that's unfortunate. Stuff like that happens. I'm gonna have to RMA it. Yeah. At first I thought maybe it was a BIOS bug, but it's clear to me that it seems to be a problem with the Gigabyte board. Unfortunately, I don't have another Gigabyte board to test that has the same BIOS. At least not yet. But, because I tested ASRock, ASRock Tai Chi, it worked. ASRock Steel Legend, everything's fine. Asus, everything's fine. We get to Gigabyte, something's wrong. Like, it doesn't like the PCIe slot for some reason. So, yeah, man. I spent half of today troubleshooting this problem with the Gigabyte motherboard. Otherwise, I probably would have went live earlier, and we probably would have been able to showcase a lot more different games. But, unfortunately, this issue happened. Although this issue had been happening for a while, it's just, I kind of was thinking, okay, maybe I'll just wait for a BIOS update or something, and nope, BIOS update doesn't do anything. Downgrade the BIOS, doesn't do anything. That kind of points to a hardware problem. Especially when you take out the AverMedia and you plug it in the Asus, and it works totally fine. You plug it in the ASRock Taichi, it works totally fine. You plug it in an Intel computer, like the 1300K computer that I've got, it works fine. So clearly it's not the capture card. And I also tested a different device. I tested a Thunderbolt card. Same problem. So, yeah. Feels bad. I hate having to do RMAs because you're going to be without the hardware for a pretty long time.
Nothing beats a leisurely evening.
So, yeah, I'll probably have to get that RMA'd. And because of scheduling, I may not even be able to get that board back from Gigabyte until, I don't know, like a month from now, a year, like next year sometime. Who knows, man? Especially with the holiday season. I don't know what it's going to be like for Gigabyte. I want them to send me this same motherboard, though. I don't want them sending me an X870E. I personally think the X670E Aorus Master in some ways is better than the X870E, mainly because there's no GPU lane sharing with the one that I have, whereas the new one, there is GPU lane sharing. So that's why I want if I'm going to send them my X670E, I want them to send me back a new or a refurbished X670E. I don't want no X870E Aorus Master. Might as well go out and buy another motherboard at this point, if that's what's going to happen. But I hope that they send me the correct one. Taichi shares lanes between the two PCIe slots, not with the M.2 drives. It's just annoying to have to make a request. Yeah, I know, right? That's the thing. So, see, I'll show you. Let's take a look at this Gigabyte motherboard, actually. X670E Aorus Master. Let's do a comparison between the X670E Aorus Master. This is the one that I have. So this is the motherboard that needs to be RMA'd. Daybreak Hour. A new era is coming. X670 Aorus Master. You can see it is a wide EATX motherboard with massive heat sinks. So this, I really like this motherboard. It's a really good motherboard. So we go to support. We go to the manual. Go down to English. Although it doesn't really matter because we're just going to be looking at a diagram. So here is the layout. You guys can see the PCIe slots. The second slot down here, this is the one. This one right here is faulty. I plug anything into this second slot and the motherboard just messes up. It just doesn't want to work. I plug anything down here in the bottom slot, everything's fine. And obviously the GPU in the top slot, everything's fine. So we come down here to the block diagram. No GPU lane sharing. Full 16. Then we have two Gen 5 SSD slots. M2A and M2B are full Gen 5 bandwidth all the time. Then we have a third Gen 4 M.2 and a fourth Gen 4 M.2. And the problem is down here. This X4 is faulty. And it's on this PCI 4.0 bus that goes through the second chipset, that then goes through the first chipset, that then goes into the CPU. I tested this one over here. The bottom PCIe slot is an X2 slot. It shares lanes with the fifth and the sixth SATA ports, because this has 6 SATA, 4 from the primary chipset and 2 more from the second chipset. But the switch says you can either use the 2-lane PCIe, or you can use 2 more additional SATA. So I plug my capture card in here. My capture card needs 4 lanes. This is only 2 lanes. This means that it will work, but it can only do 4K 30 frames per second with this X2. If I want 4K 60, I must be in the X4 slot. See, these are the reasons why when you're thinking of buying a motherboard, I mean, I guess this is a really good real-world example of how to choose a motherboard. If I'm going to choose a motherboard so that I can play PS5 Pro with my PC, I need an X4 slot for this AverMedia Live Gamer 4K. So, 2.5 gig LAN from Intel, Wi-Fi 6E. This is not Wi-Fi 7. But you can see they take 1 lane of Gen 3, 1 lane of Gen 3, and then 2 lanes of Gen 3. And then over here we got Gen 4. So, as you can see, nothing is sharing bandwidth except the bottom PCIe and 2 SATA. But not very many people need 6 SATA, so this is not really that big of a deal. So overall, the X670E is a solid choice. If you want, it does not have USB 4, but if you want USB 4, you can add it by plugging in Gigabyte's Thunderbolt card into the X4 slot. I have a video showing how to do this. That was the other card that I tested with this, and it didn't work. So, it's a hardware problem. Now, let's go look at the new one. This is the X870E Aorus Master. So, let's see how things are different on the newer version. So, one thing right off the bat, this is a standard ATX, whereas the older one is a big boy eATX. So now we got a smaller form factor, which is actually better. More people prefer ATX. I myself really like eATX, but I understand that most people, they want smaller form factor. They don't want to worry about if they need a case that supports eATX. So ATX on the newer Master, and if we look at the block diagram, there is a significant change to how it operates. So right off the bat, there is GPU lane sharing between the graphics card and 2 of the M.2 drives. However, one of the things that is different in the old one, in the original one from 2 years ago, you had 2 dedicated Gen 5 SSDs that connect directly to the CPU for ultra low latency, and there was no sharing. They all had full 4 lanes, and the graphics card had full 16 lanes. This 8, 4, and 2 and stuff, that is if someone is running an 8700G, which does not have as many lanes. That's what that's for. So here, you have 16 lanes to the switch, but that can either be all to the GPU or 8 to the GPU, and then 4 for each of these M.2 drives. So technically, this one supports 3 Gen 5 SSDs. 1, 2, 3. But 2 of them are sharing the graphics card's bandwidth. Now we come down here. There's the third there's the fourth M.2. The fourth M.2 for SATA. Just like on the original one. The original one had the same setup on the primary chipset. Now we come down to the second chipset. So what's different here? They're doing the X4 just like this one, but now they're doing an X3 4-lane. So they're taking the 4-lane and they're doing Gen 3 for that bottom slot. This is an upgrade compared to the 2-lane of Gen 3 on the old one. And then they've got Wi-Fi 7, and they're upgrading. This used to be a 2.5 gig. Now it's 5 gig on the LAN. So that is the major difference. And it's no longer giving you those 2 additional SATA as optional. So That's the difference. The main difference is now if you want to run more than 2 M.2s, you're sharing lanes with the graphics card. Whereas with the old one, I can run 1, 2, 3, 4. I can run 4 SSDs, and my graphics card is still 16 lanes. Now, technically speaking, it is possible to avoid the GPU lane sharing if you use PCIe adapters. So if you put a NVMe adapter in this X4, you can run an SSD off of this X4, and you can run another SSD off of this X4. Do keep in mind that that second one will only run at Gen 3 speeds, so that's going to be limited to a Gen 3 drive speeds, regardless of what type of SSD it is. So just keep that in mind. So technically, if I have dual NVMe adapters, I can do 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is possible to still do 4 SSDs on the new Aorus Master and avoid the GPU lane sharing, but you have to go out of your way to install add-on, NVMe adapters. And then at that point, you're losing out on the versatility of those X4 slots for something like an AverMedia capture card. So that explains that. So that's why I'm not a huge fan of the new Master. So that's why if I have to RMA this, it's looking more and more like I have to RMA the board. I really want Gigabyte to send me a like for like. Like, if I send them X670E, I want them to send me an X670E. I don't want them to send me this. I don't want this. I mean, it's not the end of the world if they send me this, but I would prefer that they send me the older one. Because this is more like a, well, I mean, this is definitely a live streamer PC also, especially because it's got the dual. But yeah, that's interesting. Okay. So, the Tai Chi, someone was asking what? Show the Tai Chi or what? Someone was asking something like, oh, the Nova, look at the Nova. X870E Nova? You mean this one? What about it? What are we talking about? Like, why are we looking at the Nova? Look at the diagram. What about it? What are we supposed to be looking for? This is the Nova. What are we looking for exactly? It's like, look at the Nova. Okay, I'm looking at the Nova. Look at the diagram. I'm looking at the diagram. What am I supposed to be looking for? Yeah, the PCI doesn't share lanes. Yeah, and guess what? My X670E also doesn't share lanes. I guess you're saying that the Nova, because the Nova's newer or something, because it's X870E. But the old Gigabyte Master also doesn't share lanes. So I'm a little confused. And it has 4 M.2 not shared. Yeah, I know. So the nice thing about the Nova is that it has up to 5 M.2 drives on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but the 5th one is sharing. There's a switch right here. 2 lanes of Gen 3 PCIe switch. The 5th slot also supports SATA or SATA M.2s, which is nice for backwards compatibility. Or this, a 2-lane Gen 3. this is very similar to the old Gigabyte Aorus Master. The difference is the Gigabyte Aorus Master did a 2-lane Gen 3 or 2 additional SATA ports. Whereas the Nova, instead of the 2 SATA, it is a M.2. That's the difference. Which is technically, I guess, more people would prefer this. However, the only thing about this is, well, yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of storage capacity. You got 4 SATA and 5 M.2s. Carbon. See, this is what happens when you play Hogwarts Legacy. You're gonna end up looking at motherboard block diagrams. Okay, the carbon. This is the carbon. You get 1, 2. Wait. 1. Wait, what? Wait, how is this working? 1, 2, 3, 4. But wait a minute. Oh, there was some caveat on that one. Hold on. This had some kind of sharing. That's what I remember. PCIe E1 and E2 and M2 underscore 2 share the bandwidth. The PCIe. Okay. So on this one, so with the carbon, yeah, the carbon has lane sharing. Although I don't like how they draw it. This is not a good drawing. Basically, the carbon is doing the same thing that the new Gigabyte Aorus Master does. But instead of 2 M.2s, they have the graphics card slot. They have another PCIe slot, which is X4, instead of this third M.2. So it's like you got graphics card, you got graphics card slot, you have a second PCIe slot, and then you have an M.2. Whereas Gigabyte is doing dual M.2, the Carbon is doing an X4 slot and an M.2. That's the only difference. So it's actually very similar to the Gigabyte Aorus Master, the X870E. So that's how that works. And it's got dual LAN. The Master does not have dual LAN. It only has 5 gig. But at least it's got the higher speed one. So yeah, I mean this one. Okay, this thing also shares bandwidth with something, if I remember. Okay, never mind. No, it doesn't. So that has full bandwidth. Yeah, so they're basically doing the same thing that Gigabyte's doing, except instead of an X4, because see, it's like this one. Yeah, 4 lanes. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see what they're doing. It's got lane sharing. The Carbon's got lane sharing, just like the Master. The Tai Chi is the one that you would want to look at, though. Like, if you're comparing Carbon is a $500 motherboard. So is the X870 Aorus Master. These are $500 motherboards. So the ASRock equivalent to these is actually the $450 Tai Chi. This is an EATX, though. It's larger. And if we go to the manual on this one, so the Tai Chi, yeah, the Tai Chi has no lane sharing. So you got your graphics card slot, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 M.2s, all separate. Now, it does share with the X8 PCIe slot for dual graphics cards. But that's totally fine. That is normal. I don't consider that like lane sharing, because when we're talking about lane sharing, we're always talking about like, oh, if I plug an SSD in, is it going to take lanes from my GPU? On the Tai Chi, it does not do that. The only thing that shares is the 2 PCIe slots are sharing. So the top one will be 16, and this one will be 0, or the top one will be 8, and this one will also be 8. That's the only thing that it's sharing. Yeah, exactly. The Tai Chi's good as long as you don't use the second slot. If you need to use a second slot for a second graphics card or whatever, then that's totally fine because you're doing like dual GPU. Dual GPU on a mainstream motherboard like this has always been dual X8. It's been like this for 10 years, guys. This is like they're doing nothing new. This is not new. This is like normal standard procedure. So anyway, that covers that. Then you can see the USB 4 controller, whichever one's doing, and you got dual monitors on there. So yeah, that's a good board, man. The Tai Chi is a good board. This is like the most underrated motherboard like out of the entire generation. Like the Nova's really, really good, but guess what? You can't actually find it anywhere. It's always sold out. It's always out of stock. So that leaves the Tai Chi. But the Tai Chi, in a lot of ways, guys, the Tai Chi is actually superior to the Nova. But it's $100 more. So why is the Tai Chi better than the Nova? You have external E-clock, or you have base clock overclocking capability. You do not get that with the Nova. That is probably the biggest thing for the overclocking crowd. And then you don't have any like lane sharing at all, except if you're going to use the bottom slot down here. So it has, and it has 6 SATA. This is the only motherboard. This is the only X870 motherboard that offers 6 SATA for people who actually need the SATA ports. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 SATA. No sharing of lanes on the SATA. So this is really a no-nonsense board. Like, it literally, like, it's cut and dry. Like, everything's there. It's very standard. Like, you don't have to worry about your GPU. You can fully populate all the M.2s on the board, and your GPU's still running at 16. So, it's, yeah. This is a very good board. It has a very nice latch to detach the GPU as well. As somebody who tested this motherboard for the last month, I can tell you guys, this is actually a really good motherboard. And it's maximizing the value at its $450 price point. Like, it's giving you the equivalent of like a $700 Hero. But you're not paying the Asus tax. That's the way I look at it. So, and it's EATX. Some people don't like that it's EATX. But EATX means that it's larger, which means it actually has more metal. It has more cooling. It has a very nice heatsink on this M.2 up here. And this M.2 gets the vertical mount next to the RAM because it is an EATX board. It has its own dedicated cooling. You got dedicated cooling on the Gen 5 SSD over here as well. And both of them are toolless. Then you have the other Gen 4 chipset SSDs down there. So this is a very good board, man. Like, I'm telling you, like, go, if you guys missed out on watching the live stream, go check out the live stream build that I did on Friday for the 9800X3D. We built the system with the Tai Chi board, and it was a very solid board. I was running the RAM at 8,000. Rock solid stable. So, it's good. I'm the reason the Nova sold out. Really? Maybe. I don't know. But see, the thing is, I think the Nova is sold out globally, though. I feel like only people who are watching my content in the English language would have... Well, I mean, I guess there's people that, you know... Obviously, we have a lot of people that can speak Spanish and Portuguese that are watching the stream, and those guys, those regions probably also sold out. Who knows? We also have people that watch from Germany. We got people who watch from the EU. I got lots of people that watch from the EU, actually. Shout out to all the people in the EU. I feel your pain with all the VAT tax and how expensive everything is over there for electronics right now. Man, it's pretty brutal. Tai Chi is also out of stock. Oh man. Yeah, Tai Chi is definitely selling out though. I know Tai Chi is sold out in Newegg and Micro Center. Any idea on the restock for Nova and Tai Chi? So between Nova and Tai Chi, here's what I would tell you guys. If you want a no-nonsense, give you everything you need, the Nova is the best choice. If you want to dabble in overclocking, you can overclock with the Nova. Totally fine. It'll work totally fine. But if you want the full feature set for overclocking, the Tai Chi's better than the Nova. Because the Tai Chi has better heat sinks and it has the external asynchronous E-clock. The Nova doesn't have that. And that is the main reason why the Tai Chi's more expensive. So if you're someone who really wants to mess with overclocking, I recommend the Tai Chi over the Nova. Otherwise, for the 95% of everyone else out there who just wants to build a gaming PC, the Nova offers the best value, provided you can actually find one, because those things are so hard to find, and apparently people got the memo that that was the golden ticket in the terms of, like, it offers the most value, it's got everything you need, you don't have to worry about lane sharing and all that nonsense. So it's like, yeah, Wi-Fi 7, USB 4, it has all the new things that all the new X870 boards have. And, you know, it's just really good value. Does the Hero share lanes? Yes, it does. I covered that in the video. There's a way to avoid it, though, but it requires knowledge of how things are laid out. I've done a lot of content on the Hero already. You're referring to the Tomahawk. So that falls into the category of X870. Everything that we've been talking about thus far is all X870E. X870E is the more premium level. X870 is more budget-friendly level. So if you're asking about the Tomahawk from MSI, the MSI Mag X870 Tomahawk, that is the best of the X870 motherboards. But it's not fair to compare that to X870E, because X870E is a dual chipset motherboard. The Tomahawk is a single chipset motherboard. I mean, that's a good one. Yeah, so out of all those X870, the Tomahawk is the best one. Yeah, clearly it is. It's pretty obvious. JJ has the X8. Yeah, man. Tomahawk is good. I tested that board. That board is really good. At the price point, it's really good. MSI basically gives you, like, MSI, I can tell when I was looking at that board, because I got to test that board. And when I was testing, it was pretty cut and dry. Like, this one was the best one. Objectively speaking, it was the best one. It had 8 layers. It had the postcode debug, so you weren't in the dark on, like, whether or not your computer is doing memory training, or if it's doing something else, or if you actually have to restart it, or whatever. Like, the Tomahawk, best value for that tier. Would you recommend Aorus Pro? Aorus Pro, I mean, that's an okay board, too. I mean, it's not as good as the Tomahawk, but it's an okay board. If you can't find the Tomahawk, the Pro's fine. Do the M.2 on the Tai Chi share lanes with the GPU? No, they don't. Did you test the... No, the B650... No, not the B650E. Would you recommend overclocking on the Tomahawk? Yeah, you can. You can overclock on all the boards. So the only thing that you can't do on a lot of the boards, and you can only do on the flagship boards, is base clock overclocking. Everything else, PBO, OC mode, if you're going to do OC mode, although no one really should be doing OC mode, like PBO, curve optimizer, curve shaper, all that stuff, all of that can be done on every single one of the motherboards, from the cheapest motherboard all the way to the flagship. The only difference is going to be base clock. Base clock is only going to be available on a handful of premium motherboards. Those motherboards are the ASRock X870E Tai Chi, the MSI X870E Godlike, the MSI X870E Carbon Wi-Fi, so the MPG. This one also, I have been told, now I have not been able to confirm this firsthand, but I have been told by people who have this motherboard that it does feature the external asynchronous mode, also known as base clock overclocking. So the Carbon, which is great because it's a $500 board, so it does have that feature. Otherwise, you would have to step up to the Godlike if you wanted that feature on MSI. So MSI only has 2 motherboards that offer base clock overclocking. The Godlike, which is an $1,100 motherboard, which we will be talking about more on this channel, because MSI is going to release this to market this week. So it is coming out real soon. MSI is making a really big push because they want in on that X87 or the 9800X3D popularity wave, if you will. So they're definitely getting that Godlike out real soon. So that one has everything imaginable. Like everything that you would imagine a motherboard to be capable of, the Godlike can do it. The Carbon also has the external base clock. And then ASRock, it's going to be Tai Chi. And then for Asus, there's 2 of them. There is the Crosshair Hero. This one has it. And the other one is the $500 Strix-E. So the Strix E-E from Asus is the cheapest way to get external asynchronous mode on an Asus motherboard. This is $500. So this one, the Carbon, the Godlike, and the Tai Chi, and the Hero offer asynchronous mode. Other than that, it's pretty much the same in terms of overclocking for every single one of these X870E motherboards. I wouldn't use that, chicken, unless it's telling you it's going to be doing asynchronous mode and it's not going to modify the PCIe. I would not touch that. That's not going to work the way that you think it is. Asynchronous mode is the only one. And as far as I know, there was someone else who had the Nova, and they told me that the Nova does not have the same base clock functionality as the Tai Chi. Sad thing about Asus is that the Crosshair Hero is so much better than the Strix. You mean is not much better or so much better? I don't understand what you mean by that. It's actually not that much better than the Strix. Honestly, the Strix has better heat sinks for the M.2. These 3 heat sinks on the Strix are big, thick heat sinks. The Hero only has this one, and this one is actually not that good. As somebody who has the Hero, I can tell you this heatsink from Asus is barely managing to handle a Gen 5 SSD. The Gen 5 SSD runs at 63 degrees Celsius while sitting on the desktop doing absolutely nothing with this Hero heatsink. Meanwhile, if I remove that SSD and if I install it in the X670E Aorus Master, a 2-year-old motherboard, this heatsink is so thick and cools the SSD so much better that on the Gigabyte, the Gen 5 SSD runs at 48 degrees to 52 degrees, whereas on the Hero, It's more like 59 to 63 degrees Celsius with the exact same SSD. So I am not impressed with the Hero's ability to cool high-end SSDs. I think the Strix will do a lot better, and it's $200 cheaper. So, yeah, but those are the boards. Hero, for asynchronous mode, you got Hero, Strix, Carbon, Godlike, and Tai Chi. And maybe the Tai Chi Lite. The Tai Chi Lite from ASRock technically should have the same BIOS as the Tai Chi. Same feature set, I would assume. Although I don't know that for a fact. But those are the motherboards. If you're someone who really wants to overclock, these are the choices. Once again, the choices for the overclocking crowd, unless you're getting like a 2-DIMM motherboard, in that case you're looking at either an Asus ROG Gene or there's a new one, I forget what it's called. It's an X6 or X870-i from Asus. I forget exactly what it's a Strix board, I believe. So that one also, that's a 2-DIMM motherboard. But if we're talking like overclocking the CPU, you don't need a 2-DIMM motherboard. 2-DIMM motherboard is mainly for overclocking RAM. But if we're talking overclocking the CPU and you want the full tool set, the following motherboards are the ones to choose from. The ASRock X870E Tai Chi, the MSI X870E Godlike, the MSI X870E Carbon Wi-Fi, the Asus ROG Strix X870E-E, and last but not least, the ROG Crosshair Hero. So, okay, Nova or Tai Chi Lite or Tomahawk for 9800X3D. Again, you have to decide based off of your use case. I don't know how you're going to use the computer. I can only tell you what the boards do. I'm not going to recommend a motherboard because I don't know how you're going to actually use the computer. Have you heard of issues with people? No, I have not. And basically all the memory that I've been using is G.Skill RAM. In fact, we're using a G.Skill kit right now. We're literally streaming on a G.Skill DDR5 8000 kit right now. Want to buy Tai Chi 9800X3D and 96GB using 2 sticks. Which sticks to pick? Any of the ones that are around 6000 or 6400 that can do up to 96GB. If you are only using one M.2 port, what is the best port to plug into? The top one. This one. The one with the big heatsink on it. That's the main one. That's the one that always goes to the CPU direct. That's going to be like this guy right here. That one. That's usually always the top one. So on the Aorus, that would be the one right here. Next to the socket. Otherwise, for a boot drive, it doesn't really matter. Just either that one or any of the ones that are on the CPU lanes. Alright, let's just get out of Hogwarts Legacy because it's clear that I'm not playing the game anymore. It's just been sitting there idle for the game. I've been watching the day and night cycles go by over and over and over again. Okay. But see, now is the time to be like if you're gonna be building a PC, you don't even have to get a new graphics card. Unless your graphics card is like really, really old. I strongly recommend waiting for the Q1 of next year for the refresh. Because we're approaching new GPU generation cycles real soon. So I would recommend upgrading the platform. So motherboard, RAM, case, power supply, CPU, basically everything except the graphics card during this holiday season. I was able to buy a Nova tonight from a company in Canada. Went from limited to call for stock. Yeah, I mean, yeah, good luck with trying to find the Nova. The Nova is like near impossible to get right now. Do the power phases really matter between those boards for CPU? No, not really. See, the reality is the AMD, the Ryzen CPUs are so energy efficient that these VRMs are way overkill. Even the VRMs on the regular x870 boards, like your typical $200 motherboard, for overclocking is already more than enough for even the 9950X. So, yeah, the VRMs, I wouldn't waste time looking at the VRM. Like, they're not really going to factor in, because the CPUs just, the reality is the CPUs, all these Zen 5 CPUs just straight up don't even pull that much power. Especially the single CCDs like the 9800X3D. They just don't pull enough power. So, yeah, you don't need to worry about the VRM. That's like that's like one of the lowest priorities when choosing these boards. It's always going to be like, do I need, you know, do I care if my GPU is running at X8, if I'm running like all the M.2s maxed out, or, you know, like those are the sort of things that you would be more concerned with rather than worrying about the VRM. You wanted a Nova, but when the 9800 sold out everywhere, Tomahawk and yeah, Tomahawk's good if you're okay with a single chipset. Unless you need the extra connectivity, the standard x870 is going to be good for most people. Guys, the rule of thumb. Hold on, where? Oh, not this one. Where's Paint at? Oh, it's blinding me. Okay, the rule of thumb is if you're looking for if you're somebody who was considering X670E or X670, then you need to be looking at X870E. If you're somebody who was considering B650E or B650, you need to be considering X870. So if you were considering this tier of product, this is the new equivalent. If you were initially considering these for your build, you need to be looking at these, not these. This is the upgrade to these. This is the upgrade to these. X870 is not an upgrade from X670 in terms of total connectivity. There is one. There's the Asus ROG Strix 870-I or something. There is one from Asus. There's a Strix from Asus. I should work for Micro Center. Yeah, maybe I should see if they're open to sponsoring the channel, you know? Maybe. I feel like I've like, I don't know. I think I played a small role in the Nova being completely out of stock globally. I don't know. I could be wrong. Someone else said it in the chat earlier. But it's like once that tier list video went up, I feel like the Nova just like vanished. Vanished off the face of the planet, like you couldn't buy one. Yeah, since that video went up, the Nova's like constantly out of stock. You got the 9800X3D from Micro Center first time you've been there, and it was a great experience. Yeah, Micro Center is a really nice place if you're a tech enthusiast. It doesn't have the ports behind that board. Is the Gigabyte X870 or Elite good? Yeah, it's not bad. Lurcho 101 just subs to the channel. Thanks for the sub. The tier list is why you got the Tomahawk. Yeah, for the Tomahawk. But remember, we're talking of two different things, though. Guys, remember, I can't stress this point enough. These are two different tiers of products. These are two different tiers of products, meaning you cannot take an X870E and then compare it to an X870 because they're physically different. This one has two chips. This one only has one. It's like not fair to compare a chip, like a single chipset to like a dual. You know what I'm saying? This one's gonna win in connectivity 100% of the time. Because I saw a lot of questions. There were so many comments. It's like, when I made this video, a lot of people were like, where's the Tomahawk? Where's the Tomahawk? Why is the Tomahawk not included? Well, it's because it's not fair. You cannot include the Tomahawk because it's not in the correct classification. You know, it's like, man, what's a good analogy? It's like if we're comparing compact sedans in the auto industry, you know, like a compact, like a Civic, what are the other ones now? It's been so many years since I was looking at the compact cars. Civic, Corolla, does Ford even still make compact sedans? It used to be the Focus or something. Like it's like saying the Civic is the best value. Oh, Elantra, yeah, Elantra, the Forte, you know, that's like saying, like, if the Forte won in the compact category, because it's, like, best out of the compacts, like, if this was the Forte, the Kia Forte, for example, and then up here we have, like, this would be, like, what's the next tier? Like the full, like okay, yeah, it's like this is the mid-size sedan, compact sedan. So you can't take a Civic or an Elantra and be like, how does that compare to a Camry? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, that's not even the right category. It would be like a Honda Accord, a Toyota Camry, Ford Fusion. You know, that class of car versus like Corolla, Civic. So it's like a Civic versus a Camry is not really fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, different type of classification. Do I need the two chips on the motherboard because I only use it as a simple user? The answer is, well, it depends on what you're going to do with the computer. You say simple user, but if you're only ever going to just use it to play games, then yeah, then for most people, the X870 is fine. You recommend going for a dual, you mean chipset, not CPU. When you need to create or use, wait, are you talking about dual socket? I'm pretty sure you mean dual chipset, not dual CPU. When you need to create, you use one CPU, and when you need to overclock, you use... Wait, what? Are you talking about two different computers? Like two physically different two separate builds? You're trying to build a PC around the 9800X 3D since you bought the CPU. People have been telling me to buy a 4090, but there's a... I wouldn't buy a 4090 now because it's going to become obsolete. Well, not obsolete. It's going to become last gen in a few months. So it would be really bad to spend that much money on a graphics card and then, like, literally in, like, 3 months or less, it's no longer the fastest graphics card. You know, that's a huge feels bad. That's, like, buyer's remorse central right there. That would be like buying... That would be like buying the last gen Civic, knowing that the next year model is literally about to go to market. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm definitely not doing that. Which should you get from the newer? I mean, you're talking about motherboard. We're not talking about GPUs on this stream because there's no reason. They're like next quarter. It's like we have to wait until CES. Now is the time to be upgrading the platform. Should you upgrade from the 4900K to the 9800X 3D for 4K and VR if you plan on upgrading? Honestly, the 1400K is only 1 year old, so I would probably say no. Because you haven't even hit what I consider the minimum of like 3 years. For enthusiasts, it's every generation, which is typically 2 years. So you aren't even in the 2-year bracket. That would be like the absolute minimum. So I guess the answer there is no. Although, if you play a lot of like crazy CPU bound games that can generate a lot more frames from the 3D cache, then maybe it would consider upgrading, but I don't think you have to. Oh, if it's that recent, then yeah. I was thinking you had the computer for a year. Or like 6 months at least. You can't find the latest ASRock Nova BIOS on their site. You're probably looking in the wrong spot. It's there. Just joined. If you missed this question... B650 Tomahawk over X870. Oh, wait, what is it? Question. It. 8S, isn't it? What is that? Isn't it worth it getting the B650? No, I would get the X870. Mr. Lakeside, thanks for the sub. You're going to use all 4 NVMe on the Tomahawk. You have a Samsung, which fits nicely in the shared lane. Yeah. What was the... What happens if all 5 NVMe on the Nova Phantom... If what? Or everything works. No. Nothing's slowed down. You're skipping GPU upgrade this year. I only used one SSD. Well, yeah, most people are skipping GPU upgrade this year. The cutoff for GPU upgrade was like September. Q4 is the time where you're not going to buy a GPU this year, this cycle. Unless you literally don't care about the next generation. And you're okay with buyer's remorse. Or maybe you're immune to buyer's remorse. Who knows? The cutoff for buying a GPU was the end of September. So October, November, December is what's called the holding period. Anyone who already upgraded, they're locked in. Anyone who hasn't upgraded, they're going to wait until the following quarter because that's when all the next stuff, the next gen is coming out. So that's the way I look at it. Q4, October, November, December, that is the time to upgrade the rest of the computer, but not the graphics card. Buyers on October 1st. Well, only for the GPU. How is B850 chipset compared to X870? I don't know anything about B850 right now. Honestly, I really think that it's not really worth waiting around for that. The only difference is B850 has less Gen 5. So, B850 is basically B650 refresh. So, whereas X870 is actually B650E. So, if you're okay with not getting a lot of Gen 5 lanes, then you can wait for B850. But I would future-proof myself with the full 24 lanes of Gen 5. So, I would definitely go with X870 over B850. Yeah, B850 will probably come out. B850 will probably launch with the new graphics cards for more budget-friendly price points. B850 is going to end up becoming like the Micro Center bundle stuff next year. Because right now, all the Micro Center bundles are like either B650 or I think, yeah, they're all like B650. I think they've got like one or two of the old X670E. Hey Jim, you just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Does the snappiness of the OS feel slower or better? It's the same, guys. Man, all these questions about the snappiness, like, there's really no difference. You're not gonna tell, you're not gonna feel it. Anyone who's saying that there's a difference, that's placebo. Regardless of whether they're saying Intel feels faster or AMD feels faster, trust me, I literally use both computers like day in, day out. I use Intel, I got 1300K, I literally have the new Intel Core Ultra. There's no difference. And then with the AMD stuff, we're literally streaming on 9800 X3D right now. Yesterday when we were streaming PS5 Pro, we were on a 9950X, and there's no difference. So, no. I mean, what people don't tell you is that you have no idea like how people actually use their computer, what third-party apps they have installed on their computer that run in the background. There's so many different factors that determine the snappiness of the PC. But if you know what you're doing and you're just like, I don't know, you're just using the computer normally, there's really no difference in snappiness. Does anyone here know how to get NVIDIA FE cards in Europe? I literally never saw one for sale here. That's a good question. Somebody in the UK explained to me how to get them in the UK, and it's pretty straightforward, surprisingly. I don't know about the rest of the EU, though. Like, I don't know for mainland Europe. I know for, like, London, people in Glasgow and those areas, like, it's relatively straightforward for them on the islands. I don't know about, like, mainland EU, unfortunately. Really no difference with Ultra 7 and 90. In terms of, like, just navigating Windows on desktop, no, there's no difference. They're identical. Yeah, I know. I am very familiar with Brexit. I know all about that. But again, that's why there's a difference in terms of how people in the UK are able to obtain Founders Edition versus, like, EU. You're able to get a refund for the 14900K, just not the motherboard from 2 years ago. You had a degraded... Oh. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that's a good time to do an upgrade. I mean, I guess that sort of subsidizes the cost. You use a lot of heavy programs and want them to open fast. That's why you ask for Ryzen. From a 1700 to a 5950. Oh, well, yeah. Well, see, that's a huge difference, though. Like, that's a massive difference. The difference here, there is a difference here, but see, I was referring more to the people who are like, oh, the Intel Core Ultra and the new 9800 X3D. Is there a difference in the snappiness? There isn't really much of a difference, guys. Like, when it comes to the modern, like, CPUs that released in the same generation, in the same year, they're really not that different. When it comes to just using Windows normally, you know what I'm saying? Like, using a browser, doing, like, whatever, like, just regular office work or whatever, there's going to be no difference in that sort of environment. You're only going to see the differences manifest in applications, like gaming applications, productivity applications, etc. So how about gaming at 1440p? It is different with yeah, gaming is going to be different. That's not what the original question was. Surprised what he's going to say. It'll be hard to trash the 9800 X3D? Or are you talking about the older CPU? For productivity gaming system, the higher core X3D version sounds ideal. Oh, are you guys talking about the 9950 X3D? Yeah, you guys in the EU, I don't know. I don't know how you get a Founders Edition card. Like, I have no idea what the process is like over there. I don't even know who the disty for NVIDIA is over there. Even the i7 5820K from 2016. That CPU, you got it in 2016. You know what year it actually came out? 2014. That CPU is 10 years old. Just saying. Chrome loves RAM. Yeah, no, okay. If the computer is really, really old, like very, very old, like let's say if you're on a DDR3 computer, then yeah, then you will notice the difference. There will definitely be a difference if I'm using a i7 2600K Sandy Bridge from 2011 on a spindle hard drive, meaning Windows is installed on a 3.5-inch hard drive with a Sandy Bridge i7 2600K with a graphics card that has PCIe Gen 2 speeds. Going from that to a 9800X3D with DDR5 6000 or DDR5 8000, whatever. We're going from DDR3 to DDR5. We're going from Sandy Bridge to an X3D. Yes, Windows will be more snappy on the newer computer. Clearly, it will be faster. But if we're talking like a 4-year-old computer, like a 5950X with DDR4 3600 or whatever, going to a 9800X3D with DDR5 6000, I don't think there'll be that much of a perceived difference compared to going from like a 13-year-old computer, 14-year-old computer, whatever, to like a much newer machine. Then you will notice a difference in that scenario. So, okay, the rest of the EU, but if they were in stock, you could purchase 40 series from NVIDIA. AMD said they will not make high-end GPU. What are we talking about? Like, well, I feel like there's different discussions going on in the chat. I keep on seeing like different messages. Like people are jumping between talking about graphics cards, then talking about CPUs. So AMD will make high-end GPUs, guys. I don't know what's there's a roadmap. Let's just put it that way. There's a roadmap. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, what's happening with AMD on the graphics card side is, in order for them to reach feature parity with NVIDIA when it comes to things like the machine learning aspect, the upscaler, AI-based upscaler, the ray tracing engine, all that kind of stuff, they have to have the roadmap in place to deliver that solution. That doesn't mean that they're going to release the solution next year. It takes time to build these things. What a lot of the gamer crowd doesn't understand is that decisions, when it comes to design a product, a lot of the decisions that go into what the product will have when it's finally built are made years before the consumers will actually see the final product. So all that stuff with like ray tracing and machine learning and all those things, those were things that NVIDIA focused on a long time ago. We're talking like not 8 to 10 years ago was when NVIDIA started going down that path, and we saw the first products come out with the 20 series back in 2018. So, I just said 8 to 10 years ago. 10 years ago was 2014. add 4 years, 2018. So typically, you know, your 3-year, 4-year, 5-year development cycle to bring a brand new product that no one's ever seen before with some radically new technology for the consumer market, that takes a long time. AMD did not make the same sort of decision in the previous decade when it came to ray tracing and machine learning. And obviously, the industry is moving in that direction. So now AMD has to lay the groundwork to make these type of products. So we aren't going to see these things next year. They're probably going to come out in 2026 or 2027. That's when you'll see the quote-unquote monster GPU from AMD that competes directly with NVIDIA's highest end offering. So it's kind of like we're in that. It's like we're back in the 2018, 2019 timeframe where AMD did not have a direct comparison to NVIDIA's highest end offering. They were competitive in everything else but the last SKU that NVIDIA offered. So if you guys remember, the 1080 Ti, the 2080 Ti. AMD did not have a direct competitor in 2017 for the 1080 Ti. Fast forward 2 years later, in 2019, AMD launched. Okay, rather than me just being a talking head, let's illustrate this, because we're going to show that history repeats itself. Is what we're going to show. So let's do the timeline. This is everybody's favorite part of the stream. This is called Paint Time, where I'm going to start drawing in Paint, and we're going to go through history. So let's see, well, how do I want to start this? Let's go as far back as 2013, I guess. 2013. Is that too far back? 2014? Maybe this is too far back. But I think this will illustrate a point here. Maybe this is too far back, actually. Well, I guess it's not too far back, but it is kind of like too far back. So 19, and then 2020, 2021, 2022. This is as far back as we need to go, I think. Okay. Yeah, this is too far back. But anyway, maybe I'll add 2 more years or whatever. But you guys are going to see that the history repeats itself. So in 2013, we had the R9 290X and the GTX 780 Ti. These were the 2 best graphics cards back in the day. In the year of 2013, toward the end of that year, AMD launched the R9 290X. It was the fastest graphics card in the world. And then NVIDIA shortly followed up with the 780 Ti, I think like a month and a half after the 290X went to market. So we had those, and then in 2014, Maxwell got introduced. So there was GTX 980, GTX 970, and AMD released like Tonga and stuff, which wasn't really super high end. It was like mid range. And then AMD launched R9 Fury X and R9 Fury in 2015. So we got those. But then here's the thing. NVIDIA had GTX 980 Ti in that year. So you had this back and forth. You had 2 similar performing products. And then again here you had 2 similar performing products. But somewhere around here, it might even have been further back. It might have been 2012, 2011 even. Somewhere in NVIDIA, they started doing stuff with the idea behind neural networks and deep learning and machine learning and basically what would become known as the AI stuff that everyone's aware of now. The groundwork was being laid by NVIDIA this far back in time, and a lot of people are not aware of that. A lot of people are not aware of this. This is a truth. This is a fact. So NVIDIA have been working on this as far back as this. It might have even been even further back. Like, at least from the university level, it was further back. Like, the research papers and all that stuff. So, that was going on. So, they laid the groundwork internally to develop these processors known as tensor cores and things like that. But think about how long it takes to build that. We're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. 5 years. Because in 2018, RTX 2080 Ti. RTX 2080. The first ray tracing based consumer graphics cards. So this era in here was the era of like Overwatch and PUBG, early access, and the GTX 10 series, and AMD. This is where AMD was like kind of behind. But you guys, a lot of people don't realize something, that it's actually kind of a miracle that AMD managed to actually have a product that could compete with NVIDIA's best in this era. Because in this era, AMD, the stock price was like $2 a share, $3 a share. It was going down. It was going way, way down, the stock price of AMD. Until this year. The year of something known as Ryzen. So, but that's a CPU. So anyway, so kind of like skipping ahead here, we had, okay, RTX 3090. RTX 3080. That was 2020. So NVIDIA had that. AMD kind of was like in here. They did Radeon 7. They did RX 5700 XT. They've got that stuff in 2019. So that just kind of like went in there in between the 20 and the 30 series. So you guys can see it was kind of like, okay, we have a product, but the thing is, like back in 2017, there was this thing. You may have heard of it. It was called the 1080 Ti. It took literally like 2 years. It took 2 years for the rival, which a GPU that actually rivaled the 1080 Ti was literally 2 years late. So because in that same year, there was some other cards called Vega 64 and Vega 56. So, and then all the GTX 10 stuff, like 2016, you know what that was? You know, that was the whole, I can afford it. $699, GTX 1080, GTX 1070, RX 480, RX 470. You know, those graphics cards were like in that year. So the point that I'm making is if you look at the trend, NVIDIA laid the groundwork for their ray tracing stuff as far back as 2013. It took 5 years. 5 years to bring the product to market. 5 years to bring that product to market. AMD is in the same boat. 5 years to market from the time that they decided that they have to bring something with the ML, with the tensor, with all that stuff, dedicated hardware, no more like sharing, dual function, blah, 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 ray accelerators. No, new architecture is needed. The existing architecture that can do ray tracing, so the RX 6900 XT, the RX 6800 XT, those cards were also in 2020. They have the ray tracing. But to get on par with NVIDIA for the ray tracing, they need a newer design. And the groundwork for that was probably laid somewhere around here. If I had to guess, they probably decided, hey, we need to really jump on this because the industry trends are going in this direction for AI and all this stuff. So they've been working on an AMD DLSS since 2019, 2020. That's as far back as when it would have started. When the initial discussions, The initial deep dive, the educational stuff, getting everybody up to speed, that is when it started. They put out some designs, you know, obviously they've had RT since RDNA 2, but I really think that there was a lot of collaboration with Sony, on some of this at least, but it's going to be a number of years before we see this sort of stuff show up. So if we go from here, add 5 years, 2025 is next year. But I don't think we're going to see anything next year that is significantly competitive with NVIDIA's highest end. I think we're at that 2019 moment in time where next year AMD is going to launch a new graphics card very similar in value and performance to what the 5700 XT offered when it was new. Because when the 5700 XT launched back in the summer of 2019, alongside the Ryzen 3000 series, also known as the Zen 2 architecture, it was probably the best value GPU that launched in 2019. So, okay. All right. So does that make sense? I think that kind of answers the question. So like the whole thing about AMD with high-end GPUs, AMD is going to make high-end, like class-leading, enthusiast class GPUs. It just takes time for them to develop it. No, I think what we're going to see from AMD in 2025 is going to be something that's very similar to an RX 5700 XT. Something that shows that they are moving in a new direction with the GPUs. So think of this as this was a reset year for them. So the last of the GCN was the Radeon 7. This was the end of, this is like the capstone of GCN, the final GCN based GPU from AMD. And it was competitive with the 2080 and the 1080 Ti. But in the same year, they also launched their brand new architecture, the first generation of RDNA 1. The RDNA architecture was launched. So, I think in 2025, we will see a similar graphics card from AMD, which is very reminiscent of the 5700 XT. That is what I think we will see. And it will not be until 2026 when we see the really big stuff from AMD. The sort of graphics card that can go toe-to-toe with NVIDIA's best at that time, whatever that best GPU ends up being. So think of it like if we're going to substitute the years, 2025, 2026. Think of it like that. Next year is going to have a very 2025 vibe. So, except the 50 series will also come out in 2025. So we will see, it won't be until 2026 that we'll see a really, really big monster GPU from AMD. So that's because that will line up with when they started going down this path of a new architecture. These things take time, guys, and they have multiple teams. They have the team that brought us efficient things like the 480. And then we had the other team. It's like the B team did 480. The A team did like the interposer stuff. You know, that stuff eventually made its way into the chiplet stuff with Ryzen and X3D. But anyway, that's kind of a history lesson on that. But we're going to have to see a lot of things change between now and 2026. So anyway, guys, that's probably going to be it for this stream. Yeah, I did not really accomplish much in terms of gaming on this CPU. We played Hogwarts Legacy and Final Fantasy XIV. That was basically all that I was able to accomplish. But that's how these streams usually go. So I'm gonna pay whatever they want for the 5090. Wait, what? You're prepared to pay up to $3,000 for a graphics card? $40 to 50% minimum? Wait, what? Wow. Okay. I hope you're using the GPU for more than just gaming. Because I don't really feel like $2,500 for a graphics card is worth it just for gaming, though. You're capped at 1K. Oh, you're not going to spend more than $1,000? See, the $1,000 price point, a lot of people don't realize this. The NVIDIA set the $1,000 price point all the way back in 2013. 2013, NVIDIA launched a product called the Titan. The original Titan. It had 6 gigabytes of VRAM, and they charged $1,000 in the year 2013. So NVIDIA is very accustomed to charging high dollar for graphics cards. So they will not shy away from raising the bar, as they call it internally, raising the bar. Let's see what we can raise the profit margin this time. So they have been charging that for the Titan as far back as 2013. Then in 2018, they raised the price significantly to $2,500 for the RTX Titan. This was a Turing-based Titan, which means it was like a 20 series. They charged $2,500 in the year of 2018. So they have done the bar raising. They have raised the bar. And now the time has come to raise the bar again. Well, actually, they kind of did. They raised the bar in 2021. No, 2022. Yes, 2022. Yes, they raised. I forgot about that. They raised the bar, although it was a little minimum raise because of the pandemic. They raised it. Was it two? No, that's not right. No, hold on. What was the price of the... Oh, I'm getting mixed up. Never mind. I'm thinking of the professional card. No, never mind. That's the RTX, the ADA. No. Never mind. So, the time has come to potentially bring back the pricing or raise the bar. They need to raise the bar. So, yeah. The time has come again for another bar raiser from NVIDIA. They raised it because of the AI and ray tracing cores. I guess. So, yeah. The time has come to raise the price. But the $1,000 price has been a thing like as far back as 2013. It's crazy how the gamer crowd is so like, oh, $1,000 for a GPU. I mean, the people who are buying NVIDIA Titans have been spending that kind of money for a long time. Like, they're accustomed to it. So, we saw this with the, okay, like in 2020, there was the, what was it? $1,500 RTX 3090. Then in 2022, there was RTX 3090 Ti for $2,000. So they've kind of been like, hey, we're actually cheaper. We're cheaper than we were. Well, okay, not counting that, but we're cheaper than we were. We're giving you guys a deal. This is like a, depending on how you look at it, this is like a $500 discount versus the RTX Titan. And this one is a $1,000 discount over the RTX Titan. So in Nvidia's eyes, they're like, man, I don't know why everybody's complaining. We actually cut our price. This is already priced competitively against the RTX Titan. So I was like, I don't know what everyone's complaining about, because the Titan has 24 gigabytes of VRAM. Oh, this has 24 gigabytes of VRAM. This has 24 gigabytes of VRAM. So it's like, when Nvidia's looking at it, Nvidia's like, they're sitting there scratching their head like, I don't understand why everyone's complaining. We literally gave you guys a $1,000 discount and everybody's complaining. So no, like they don't see it as like, they're like, nope, it's time to raise the bar. It's time to raise the price. So it's time. It is time. It is high time. Because when they went to 4090 in 2022, they launched $1,600 RTX 4090. So again, this is 24 gigabytes of VRAM. They're like, oh, we're actually doing everybody a public service. We're being so generous to them. Like, we launched this in March of 2022, and it was sold out instantly, and no one was complaining. And then now, later in the exact same year, for the people who waited, they're actually getting, oh, I'm in the way. They're actually getting a better deal. The people who didn't wait, and they're like, oh, I must have NVIDIA's latest and greatest, they spent $2,000 or more, because this was still during the dark times, at least the first half of that year. You know, like, oh, they're willing to spend this. I mean, it's $500 less than this. It's a good deal. You know, it's like, oh, this is a steal of a deal. This is even cheaper than this one. So the time has come to raise the price. These prices are way too low for NVIDIA. It's time for it to go up. Time for it to go way up. So, I have a feeling, let's put it this way, I would not be surprised if the RTX 5090 is anywhere from $2,000 to $2,500 MSRP. I would not be surprised at all if this ends up being the MSRP price range, somewhere in that range. Because as soon as they launch this, everybody, all the scalpers, all the people, they will gobble it up, and it will be out of stock instantly. And they're gonna try to scalp and sell it on eBay for like $3,500 to $4,000. I'm pretty sure that's how this is gonna go down. I would not be surprised if that's what happens. So, the time has come. See, the reason why people are like, well, how can it be this expensive? Well, apparently no one's been paying attention to how much graphics cards were over the years. You know, like, everybody's like, oh, this stuff is, oh, well, apparently nobody looked at this. Apparently everybody forgot about this. You know, there was a little graphics card called the RTX Titan back in 2018. And, you know, NVIDIA can be like, hey guys, 2025, 2,500 in 2018 money. We have to account for inflation. It needs to be more than this. Because NVIDIA's like, inflation exists. It's a very real thing. We need to calculate this in 2025 dollars. So, yeah. There's a very realistic possibility that we will see pricing in this range. The official pricing. So, prepare yourself. Alright, so that's probably going to be it for this stream. It went way off. We were talking about CPUs pretty much all stream. Somehow it turned into a GPU discussion. I don't even know how we got to the GPU discussion, but anyway, that's going to be it. AMD will come out with something probably 2 years from now, if I had to guess, which will be super high-end. So stay tuned for that. But next year is basically a reset year for AMD. I expect to see, you know, like a ray trace native, tensor core native, blah, 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 in something similar to what was like a 5700 XT. I can possibly join for a short bit, but that's going to be it for this stream, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. This was the 9800X3D stream, which ended on a GPU discussion for some weird reason about future products. If you're new to the channel, do get subscribed if you like this sort of in-depth coverage on GPU, CPU, RAM, motherboard, whatever. And we do the live streams every Thursdays on the Tech Thursdays live stream show on this channel. So tune into that, because I think that's where we go like super in-depth on a lot of stuff. Whereas these weekend streams are not guaranteed. I don't normally always live stream on the weekend. It's just kind of like, oh, the 9800X3D is out, and it's a thing. We're probably going to stream it and do some gameplay with it. So that's kind of what we did. So otherwise, you can catch me live every Thursday evenings, North America time. And I will be back then, and I'll see you guys there. Until then, take care. Have a good week. Thanks.